Hello.
Swirling down. Just leave the flames and take a chance to be with me tonight. Take my hand and hold it tight. 'Cause you and I are everywhere. The night is young. We're going down, down, down.
Hello, chat. Sorry for the long opening. I was just getting some stuff done and ready. Okay. Let me close up my door. All right. I'd like to know if you can use an arcane focus skills. Okay, hold on. I have received a error from YouTube. Hold on, sir. On YouTube, we get straight down to business. On the Twitch channel, it takes us just a little bit first. One sec. Okay, sorry. So, let me go to here. Bring myself down a little bit, make it cleaner. That's probably my just general moving image. There you go. So, if anyone's here from YouTube, who's here from YouTube? Is anyone here from YouTube? My YouTube content is very new to my channel in just general terms, but I just quickly made a YouTube video today that explains, hey, by the way, there's been some change up, so if you want to come and discuss and ask questions live, come on by. Which a few people have kind of done so. So I'll just say this to clarify, right? I can't discuss any of the terms of any NDAs or anything. I can discuss that I was in an NDA, and I can't discuss anything along the lines there. I'm also not looking to cause any drama in regards to it. And I'm not looking to start a rumor mill. Like your content. Well, thank you, Grecos. I liked it too. So let me just clarify. So basically, a bunch of creators were invited into an early access program. It's the first time Wizards has really been doing something like this. I don't have much communication with Wizards in general, but they are trying to make that into a newer thing. I have bits and bobs. Obviously, we had a sponsored show by them for a while. So, like, I've had communication with them in the past, just not consistently. So, when we got invited to this program, the NDA was clear. I won't say what was inside of it, but I knew the rules. And then some of the follow-up emails kind of made it a little bit confusing. So I think there was some confusion on both ends. So we were told basically like, hey, you can share anything inside the book once it lifts. Just avoid these certain pages, which was just some pages which needed, I guess, some updates. Bear in mind, we have an early watermarked version. So I was like, okay, well, I'll just avoid those pages in particular. And then we just got told today, very late last night, we weren't meant, like, hey, it's all creators, just to let you guys know, you're not really meant to be sharing the watermarked version in general. Hey, let's set up some meetings just to discuss how we can just quickly edit the content so you can still get your content out there. So just to clarify, there was no takedowns, there's no copyright strikes, there's none of that. There's clearly a confusion on both ends with the fact that they admitted it. They could have been a bit more clearer in their words. They could have been a bit clearer in their words. So what I decided to do, because if the watermark version is not meant to be shared, I privatized the videos and our video from yesterday. I privatized the general videos of YouTube, just until I can get into a call with them. The problem we're going to have, though, is, chat, that the likelihood is, of those videos, only 3 of them, I think we're going to see come back up. Sorry, boss. Yeah, just to let you know, the one thing I do shut down immediately on the Twitch channel, like I've been so consistent about this, is speculation. It's my least favorite thing ever. I hate rumor milling. I hate that bullshit to a huge degree. I'm very, very strict with it on this channel. Unfortunately, though, we're probably only going to be able to get 3 of those videos back up because the first 3 videos I made, the spells video and the feats video, I filmed and then put up the images afterwards. The other videos, all of the classes, the epic boons, the epic boons and the all that, like everything else, Webmaster, etc. Those I filmed with it as my backdrop. I can't edit those out without redoing the entire video. That's unfortunate. So, you're first to get the feats out there. I knew feats and spells would be really interesting for people to see. So I can get those videos back up, those first 3. What I'm probably just going to do is I might put chat on screen today until you can full release them. I don't know if I'll ever be able to, in case the watermark versions can't be shown at all. What I might do is I might put the chat on screen today. We'll go through the last portions of the book of like discussion, but very much turn this into a Q&A discussion that we can upload to YouTube as well, where if you have any point of the book, it's so funny, the fucking YouTube subscription sound. If you have any point in the book that you want to ask about, hold on to your question there, Vincey, for a second. I'm gonna hold up. I want to at least get a bit of an intro on Twitch. If you're coming over from YouTube, just to let you guys know, on Twitch, we mostly just kind of like, we do a bit of an intro first, just to let people come in. Otherwise, the same question is going to be asked loads of times, right? So I'm going to wait just a good 10 minutes, 15 minutes before we start doing that. Discuss one thing at a time. But what I probably will do is I'll probably capture the chat on screen and then upload kind of a general Q&A of everything. If you have any specific part to talk about, I'll also talk about all of the spell updates that I've written down and whatnot. But yeah, so I'm probably gonna be meeting with Wizards today, is my hope, to see what we can do next as a quick cleanup. But yes, you know, tis a sad moment though. Maybe you're to yeah, no, I know people are excited to ask questions, but I will. I mean, I'm going to be live for hours. You'll have a chance to ask everything. So that's probably the best way to do it. I would have put a longer loop in the background if I had known about this sooner. Let me. How do I capture chat? Let's see. I have to pop you guys out, I think. Pop out chat and then capture that window is probably my best bet. There's a way to do that transparently, though, isn't there? Message communication. Yeah, I mean, look. I really like the fact that we are able to have this kind of communication with us in general. There are widgets. Okay, let me look into that, because I've never done this before. I'd like to see from you personally, like a quick deep dive in how you'd update a subclass. Yeah, yeah. I mean, we had some good reactions to our videos. Bear in mind, like, I got 5K views on one of the videos. To give you an idea, my YouTube channel is entirely just a VOD upload. 5K is not a lot of views in general, but for a channel where it takes about 2,000, I get about 2,000 views every month on a video because it's very much just an archive. It was pretty quick traction. So if people do have that interest in seeing how I would design stuff and how I would kind of approach each of the subclasses and kind of take in slower deep dives into stuff, 100% I'll do it. Chatterino, is that how you do it? Paprika, thank you so much for the sub. I appreciate that. Let me see if I can throw you guys up. Is that what it is? Chatterino is a client for Twitch. That might just be for getting Twitch chat on YouTube. I don't know. How to... Oh, hold on. No. Time to ask Google questions. Yeah. Let me just Google this, because if I can put chat on the screen, then it'll help with anyone if they want to read it from YouTube. And unfortunately for YouTubers, there might be a slight buzz in the background. It is so fucking hot in the UK. I need to air out my room. Okay, let me see here. Ask Jeeves. Okay. Someone said here, to make the chat transparent, open chat in full screen mode, and you'll find a button. You're about to get hit by an ad in 2 minutes, by the way, chat. You'll find a button on the right side that looks like a minimize button, 2 arrows pointing at each other. This makes the chat opaque. What are you on about? That's not true. Let me Google it again. That ain't a thing. Maybe they meant if you have something. Opaque is the opposite of what we want. Oh, you're right. I mean, it's not see-through. Oh, maybe I can chroma key it. Hold on. Hold on. Check this out, chat. Ready? Let's see. Let's see. Ready? I do a window capture. I capture the chat. I do this. Hold on. Hold on. Okay. And boom. Shit. Fuck, dude. What? That should have worked. No, that was genius. Oh, let me make sure that... Wait, it might have worked and I'm an idiot. Hold on. Hold on. Streaming should have a widget you can use. Oh, does it? There's the chat. Okay. Let me see if I can find a Streamlabs widget. Hold on. Ah! Chat box overlay. Oh, and this might be it. Those who are popping in from the YouTube, we will be getting onto the Q&A part of it. Just getting this set up so we can actually turn this into a bit of a video. We left off yesterday just before the Warlock. So... we'll see what we can do there. Hold on. Easy way to do it. Wait, can you link what you've been found? Where did you find it? Just in the widgets? Hey, well, hey, check out Streamlabs, guys. It's easy and fun to use. I am sponsored by Streamlabs. I have to tell you guys that. I am sponsored by Logitech and Streamlabs. Oh. I think I found it. But it's a fun sponsorship. I've enjoyed it. Alright, hold on. Hold on. I'm going to get this. It's going to work and it's going to look great. Widgets. Ooh, chat box. Ooh, chat box. Theme clean. What's old school? I don't know. Ugh, old school's gross. Okay. Someone talk. Let's see if you pop up now. Give me a little spam in the chat. There it is. Nice. Oh, let me... where should I put you guys? Over here? No BTTV emotes? Someone change that? I don't think I can change that, though. That might be because my BTTV is not built into... oh, enable... here we go. Hold up. Try again now. Give me a BTTV emote. God, I'm good. There you go, chat. I feel like on the right side is probably the best way to do this, right? Now do 7 TV? Okay. I can do that one too. And Frank's face, Z. There you go. It looks like you're reading us on the screen now. Yeah, there you go. There we go. Okay. Okay, so. Chat. If you guys want to start looking at the stuff for the new Player's Handbook. We can start deep diving into it now. I'm super glad you uploaded those videos. I was able to pause and update my character sheet with my official wording for spells and feats. I'm really hopeful you can get them back soon. An invaluable resource for information. Those videos allow me to discover your channel. Well, thank you very much, Squat. I'm glad that you managed to actually get a something out of them. I'm glad to hear that. I'm glad to hear that. It was fun to do. I put so much... I'll be honest with you. It was late hours for a few days. People were like, you got to timestamp these videos. And I'm like... I'm just glad I got them uploaded. I was uploading those videos until genuinely 6 a.m. before the 2 p.m. release. For days. So I'm glad I just got them out there in the first place. Sad to see a lot of them go. And I don't know if I'll be able to get some of them back. But hey, look, it's a learning curve. As long as, once I've spoken to Wizards, I'm going to speak to them about the next books and be like, look, let's just have better communication and we can do it. Easy to fix. Only the... Could you put up the audio for them? Really, only the feats and spells videos, because I separated the screenshots for those ones. The other ones, I just had it as my backdrop, like you see the video there. I don't know. I don't know. The audio, I suppose I could separate all the audios and then throw that up. I think that it might be strange. The feats. Okay. Static image and just cut your cam. Is that easy to do? I've never done that. It does sound like a lot of work. Me re-recording it? Yeah, that was bad to happen, dude. That's funny though. That's pretty funny though. Did I go like elemental? Fuck. If you'd see my outtakes, dude, I thought you'd just think I'm a psychopath. I was like, I should edit in these outtakes because there's so many times I'm like, elementalism. So far, this is a and then I'll just cut it, and then future me was just cracking up. Yo, Dungeon Mum, thanks so much for the 23 months. I saw a few of them. This is what happens when you late night edit a bunch of videos that you're piecing together and filming for hours. Face drop, then restart. I thought I got rid of all those, dude. Oh, shit, that's funny. Thank you, Dungeon Mom, for the 23 months. Okay, I might turn off my fan for this. That's funny. Oh, shit. That tickled me. Okay. Fan is nothing. I hear it, dude. I don't hear any fan. Oh, okay. Yeah, you guys... Well, do you know what? I avoided putting you guys on screen for the longest time. Do you know why? I was freaked out by... I know, Grackers. It sucks ass. I was freaked out because I think it was Co-Carnage made a video that was like... It said something along the lines of like... Technically, a viewer can DMCA strike you because they didn't essentially give confirmation that they wanted to be on the screen for YouTube videos or something like that. It was something along those lines, and I was just like, huh? Yeah, but then I think he does it anyway, so I don't remember. Do you remember that? He did something similar in terms of that kind of concept, and I was like, right. I'm always more cautious than the big streamers, though, because I'm a smaller streamer, so I can die. You know, they're invulnerable. It was something along those lines in general. Short aura. Wow. How's the music? Does the music sound okay in the background? Just some BG3 mixing? Yeah, I don't know what it was about that Snap and Ginger. It was a weird thing. But he does it now anyway, so I assume he's fine. All right. Let's film this like we're going to be putting it on YouTube. Having chat on screen in his YouTube videos. Yeah, but he does that now. Doesn't he? That's what it's based on, Vinci. It was a cool reference. Are you going to make a face for the thumbnail? Yeah. Are you kidding? That's the best bit. That's my favorite bit. Okay, let's do that like this, and then we'll discuss what we're going to do and how we're going to deep dive and all that good stuff, okay? Show us the contenders. You can give them one of these. Or that's a nice one, you know? That was a little chef's kiss, good. One of those thinking faces. Give him one of the... My favorite was my rogue one. I liked the chef's kiss. Thank you. Thank you. I liked that one too. Or the howl for Druid. Give us a heart. Wait, that was a terrible... I don't think I can do a heart. That's the best bit, dude. I can't be hearing nothing but Joe talking. You're right. Well, the music is playing, apparently. It's quite quiet. See? Honorable mention and poses. That was a huge flub. Not on my mind. Bob, angry thumbs. That was the... Yeah, I'm glad you guys appreciate them. Okay, now here. Okay. Is it too loud? Tell me if it's okay. I'll put it back to the beginning. Okay, good. All right. Well, hello, and welcome out to essentially a Q&A deep dive of the book, where chat can ask me any questions about anything that's in the book. We're going to be talking about portions of it, talking over my notes of any spells we made, notes on, and just genuinely covering the whole thing. So, basically, chat, if you have any questions about the interior of this book, I can tell you about it. I can't show you, but I can tell you about it. The music's a tiny bit quiet. That's okay. It probably should be. In general, though, yesterday we did a deep dive and we got all the way down to the end of Sorcerer. So I'm happy to answer any questions about that, but I'll probably be going over everything with Warlocks and Wizards, and then feats, and then spells, and all that stuff. So one of the things I learned about my YouTube is that I got a lot of spells wrong, or I didn't know some things. And I'm like, yeah, that's what happens when you are reading so many pages in quick succession and then talking about every single one. That's the good thing about Twitch comments and YouTube comments in general. So, before we do dive in, I can just pick up where we left off with the Warlocks and Wizards, and kind of talk about the general invocations and some of the things I would have done for Wizard, and then we can go into spells and stuff. Is there any just general questions that people are kind of hoping for right now? You're a big man and commit when you got it wrong? Absolutely not. No, I didn't get anything wrong. It was chat and comments that got it wrong. If not, can you skip my question regarding feats? Do variant humans still get feats, or is variant human no longer a thing? So I can do this one off memory. Human variant no longer exists. Human variant is kind of, well, sort of. They are baked in together now. Humans now have an option to get an origin feat, an extra origin feat. So you already get one from your background, but that's outside of which I've heard is in the DMG, the custom backgrounds. That's very specifically like which background you pick. Humans can also now pick another one. And as you'll see in this video, if you've seen any of the stuff I've spoken about, origin feats are all very strong, or the majority of them are very strong. There's some in there which I think musician is better than any feat in the game, to be honest. I think it's extremely, extremely good. So it's still you still do get a feat, you're just limited to which one. No longer do you have to worry about your DM saying to you, you can't play variant human. Does the book smell good? Yeah, it does. But all new books smell good, right? I do have a question on Nick, dual wielder, and 2-weapon fighting extra attack. A lot of people seem to think that you can use the new stow draw to juggle all of them with one hand and get the benefit of a shield dueling. Does it no longer specify the weapon needs to be wielded in the other hand? So specifically, which one do you want me to look up to see if it specifies? Yeah, but Matthews, they come back on a short rest. And they also... they come back on a short rest. And they also... You get a lot of them. NEDM, yeah. I don't think this is the way that I view Nick, right, and the purpose of it going forward as a thing. You have to bear in mind what do you think is the intention? I think the intention is to clear up the bonus action. When you put it in line with the rest of the masteries, it's there so that you don't have to. So you get this like fun little attack as a benefit for using a low damage weapon because Nick is usually on 1d4 weapons, so that you can be like a rogue and still get 2 attacks and get your bonus action to do cunning action, or on a monk. I think that's kind of the concept of it. But I'm looking up the light. I'm looking up light now. Scimitar is a higher one than that, but my point is compared to stuff like a maul or a greatsword, etc. Right? To keep it in line with some of the damage and what it does, I think it's there to clear up that as a thing. Yeah, dual wield and paladin still gets smite as a bonus action. That's what I think its intention is, from how I read it personally. I'm sure there might be a juggling thing that could be hidden away. Sorry, searching the word light in a book that has a light domain, lighting mechanics, blight, lightning. Moonlight is it's gonna take me a while to find this. Hold on, I've just done Control F. Okay, hold on. We'll also search for this one. Let me answer some other ones as well. If you use arcane focus to cast somatic spells and do not have a material component, I think so. But I can search into that as well. Would you use old subclasses personally? Do you think they cross over well? I think Tasha's ones would be fairly easy to cross over. I think anything before Tasha's would be pretty difficult. I don't think there's been a lot of stuff that's been balanced around that. Where is the light rule? That's definitely what was intended, but the UA had a strange word around juggling. Yeah, there is definitely a chance that you can probably do that. Just don't be surprised if your DM says, hey, I don't think that's the intention. Because dual wielder reads, when you take the attack action on your turn and attack with a weapon that has the light property, you can make 1 extra attack as a bonus action later on the same turn with a different weapon, which must be a melee weapon that lacks the 2-handed property. You don't add your ability modifier to the extra's damage unless that modifier is negative, and you can draw or stow 2 weapons that lack the light property when you would only be able to draw or stow 1. So the way that Nick reads, which I'll get onto as well, is also an interesting one there. Light. Here we go. And the wording here. Where does it go? What page is it going to? Down here? Hold on. Okay. Light reads, when you take the attack action on your turn and attack with a light weapon, you can make 1 extra attack as a bonus action later on the same turn. That attack must be made with a different light weapon, and you don't add your ability modifier to the extra damage unless that modifier is negative. For example, you can attack with a short sword in one hand and a dagger in the other using the attack action and a bonus action, but you don't add your strength and dex to the damage roll of the bonus action unless it's negative. So Nick reads, when you make the extra attack of the light property, you can make it as part of the attack action instead of a bonus action. You can make this extra attack only once per turn. So, to go back to the original one then. It doesn't specify that it has to be in your other hand, I guess. But yeah, definitely intended that way, based on the way that the wording is. Like the way Nick is worded, instead of as a bonus action. So it's basically saying that you don't have to worry about that kind of super cutting off your bonus action. I think is the intention. Drawing and stirring rules. Yeah, potentially. I can try and find those as well. Okay, let me go back up. Yeah, so would you use old subclasses? Some of them would convert well. Some of the old ones probably wouldn't. What are the new rules around grapple? Okay, grapple. So now grappling is a condition. The grappled condition reads, while you have the grappled condition, you experience the following effects. You have a 0 speed, and it can't increase. Attacks affected, you have disadvantage on attack rolls against any target other than the grappler. And the grappler can drag or carry you when it moves, but every foot of movement costs it 1 extra foot unless you are tiny or 2 or more sizes smaller than it. So the change really there is the disadvantage on attack rolls against any other creatures other than the grappler, and the fact it's a condition now built into that. But unarmed strikes is where we start getting onto grappling. So grappling. A creature can grapple another creature. Characters typically grapple by using an unarmed strike. Many monsters have special attacks that allow them to grapple prey, etc. Grapple condition. Successfully grappling a creature gives it the grapple condition. You can have 1 grapple per hand. A creature must have a hand free to grapple another creature. Some stats and game effects allow a creature to grapple using a tentacle, maw, or another body part, yada, yada, yada. And a grappled creature can use its action to make a strength, athletics, or dexterity acrobatics check against the grapple's escape DC, ending the condition on itself on a success. The condition also ends if the grappler has the incapacitated condition, or if the distance between the grapple target and the grapple exceeds the grapple's range. So, you can still use your athletics, not to grapple, but to escape grapple. So there's still some use for combat athletics in there, and acrobatics. But the unarmed strike rule in general... Hold on, I have to go all the way to the top of the game to find this one. Unarmed strike. Whenever you use your unarmed strike, you choose one of the following. You either make a damage roll, which we know is the same as it used to be, or a grapple. The target must succeed on a strength or dexterity saving throw, or it has the grappled condition. So there's an interesting thing there where you make a saving throw based on your strength or dexterity to begin with, but on your subsequent turns, it's an action to break out with athletics or acrobatics. So it's both. That's rather awkward, but it is the case. The DC for the saving throw is 8 plus your strength modifier and proficiency bonus. So it doesn't allow you to do dexterity, but that I think Monk does though, right? Monk's built in that way. The grapple is possible only if the target is no more than 1 size larger than you, and if you have a hand free to grab it. So yeah, it's a bit odd. So it does take up your action on subsequent turns. That's interesting. I thought it would be a saving throw that you make at the end of your turn. No, it does take up your action. You still have to try and escape grapple that way. I think monks are insane. I saw some people say Tavern Brawler, or Tavern Brawler, whatever that feat is called, is not that great. I think it is. Let me explain why. Right? I think Tavern Brawler is really good. A lot of it's not great. When you hit with an enhanced arm strike, when you hit with an unarmed strike and do damage, you can do bludgeon damage equal to 1d4 plus your strength modifier instead of the normal damage of an unarmed strike. That's just there for anyone who's not a monk. That's okay, fine, sure. I don't know how often that's going to come up. Damage rerolls. Whenever you roll a damage die for your unarmed strike, you can reroll if it's a 1 and must use the new roll. Again, not going to come up super often. I mean, it'll be helpful for monks as they go up, so that's an okay thing for monks. Your proficiency in improvised weapons. Very creative players can get all that. But here is the big thing. Here is where I think Tavern Brawler shines if you are a monk. When you hit a creature with an unarmed strike as part of the attack action on your turn, you can deal damage to the target and also push it 5 feet away from you. You can use this benefit only once per turn. What's really fun about that is you can do both now and pumping out lots of damage and also knocking them back constantly. That's really fun. I think that's really good. Okay, let's see. Let me go back up the top. You're probably going to have me re-going over some stuff because I'm obviously catching up with some of the chat as well. Shepherd Druid was rough. Yeah, that's going to have some off rules. Are we calling it 5.5 or 6, you reckon? I heard Jeremy Crawford say in an interview with Ginny D that the reason they're not really treating this as a new edition or a mid edition is because you can do backwards compatibility. But because backwards compatibility is kind of limited, I would say this is 5.5. I'm just calling it the DLC pack for 5. The way to think about this, though, is I think marketing-wise, they're doing that as a means of going, hey, you're not wasting money on your previous... you're not wasting money on previous books, or like not to discourage people from using their old books. And it's good marketing strategy to have everything backwards compatible, right? I actually think this book is super worth it. I think this book is super worth it. I think the rules changes, the new style, lots of things are super fun. So I think this thing, if it came out as a 5.5 and wasn't backwards compatible, I think it would have it stands on its own 2 feet. There's just a lot made for 5e that they don't want to lose. Does Hunter's Mark get any other form of scaling other than through the Ranger class features? No. No. There was a playtest, right, when it did. It goes up with concentration like it did before. Your concentration can last longer with a spell slot of 3 to 4, up to 8 hours, or 5+ for up to 24 hours. That's unfortunate. I wish it scaled more, but it does not. I don't know if you went over it already, but can you talk about the origin feats and the way they've classified and separated feats in general? Question to go with this one. Does the book describe or give examples on how to either create new or take old feats and slot them in with the new origin feats or others? So old feats won't be origin feats. I think what they've said recently is any feat that isn't in this book, consider that one of the level 4+ feats, as opposed to being one of the origin feats. Origin feats is very specifically designed around being balanced around level 1s, even if they're quite strong. But that's the general thing there. Origins feats now come from your background. If you choose one of the specific backgrounds, you're given a feat as based part of that. That's one of the things I'm not a huge fan of. I know some people are like, I don't really care, I can homebrew it. That's true, I can homebrew it as well. I just think if you're going by rules as written, it's a little bit unfortunate to be stuck in there, locked into one feat. But I think what I've heard is that the feats in the custom background, are in the DMG. I haven't read that yet. So that will probably help out for players. It would be nice to put them in here, but I get why they've done that for them. I've seen some theory builds combine in that one. Interpretation with Monk to give 6 attacks per turn. Definitely doesn't sound intended. Look, there's always going to be... The reality is, Dungeons & Dragons, whatever you make it and whatever your DM wants to do. If you come to your Dungeon Master with an incredibly min-maxed... Technically, it doesn't say this. Sure. Some DMs will go, you're right. But some DMs have perfectly right reason to go, I don't really think that's the intended thing. You're already very strong by doing this. I'm not going to allow it. And you guess what? You have to kind of stick to that. For me personally, the idea for I go off rules as intended and interpreted like that. Because genuinely, I feel like the balance is such an important thing of making everyone feel good at the table. And if you want to do these super min-maxy builds, I just say no. You know what I mean? I just say unless I'm running a game specifically for that, you know, a hard campaign like G says in the chat, or if everyone's doing that and I'm like, hey, just break the game, have fun, because there's always going to be ways to interpret stuff and clean stuff up and find hidden rules that they've overlooked easily. Do you think they'll revise Ranger again like they did in the past? I don't think so. I think we've had a lot of revisions to Ranger, and I think... I've said this before. I think if Ranger never got revised at all for Tasha's, we might have seen even bigger buffs for it in this one. But I think because they layered that cake up until now, it's going to be difficult to do another update for them. I think this is going to be the Ranger we know. Hopefully they get new subclasses in the future that are super strong. But unfortunate there. Let me keep going down. Okay. A question on the general layout of the book. How do you feel it conveys information now? I know from some of what they revealed earlier, it seems like they were working towards some quality of life changes to make quick lookups within the book easier compared to the 5e books. Since the 5e books did have problems at being able to quickly convey info. So in your opinion, did they succeed at achieving that? Or is there anything you feel like to see that they didn't do? So, for me, I actually think the new layout was unbelievably good. It is very, 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 very strong in its opening concepts of teaching you how to play the game. They have a full list of characters which you follow along with. So, and it has little like addendums on the side where it'll be like combat number 1. You look to the side with the key, and then the key it will say, "This is an ability check," and it will teach you how to play. That's very clean. So opening up and getting into it, I got into Dungeons and Dragons with 5e in 2017. I remember being very overwhelmed. I've got it seems weird now because I do dungeon mastering for a living, that I would be overwhelmed at the time, but I was super overwhelmed by a lot of the way it was formatted beforehand. I think their way of getting into it now, it would have been so much easier if I had started with this one. So I think that's great. Having your spell list directly below your class before you even get to subclasses is very clean too. That's very nice. And the whole spells are all formatted very well. I think the images they use for the weapons and teaching you what the weapons looks like is very lovely. Everyone likes pictures. All of the artwork in the book is super good to depicting things that might even be confusing as well. I think genuinely this book, its format, whoever designed the format of it, cooked. It's very, very good. Hello, I was told that Simulacrum was fixed, but unless Wish changed, it is not fixed. Can you explain Wish spell now? So the only thing that's really changed about the Wish spell is one extra little example or something you can do with it, which is, this is the only major thing that's changed with it. It says you can change out one of your feats, and then you lose all access to the old feat, but you gain the new one. Otherwise, unfortunately, Simulacrum does say in its wording, you can't use this to cast another Simulacrum, but Wish spell does get around that as far as I can tell with the Wish spell. I can read that out in a little bit, though. I'll catch up on the questions and I can read the Wish spell. Quick question. Have the Paladin Smite spells been changed in the playtest version? The Paladin's General Smite is now a bonus action spell, so unfortunately that remains the same there. I was hoping it would be once per turn, but it's not. Otherwise, all of the other smites, for the most part, and I will go down them. By the way, I've got my full notes that we will deep dive down. They have been moved to instead of a bonus action, they're now a bonus action when you hit. So you can choose when to do them. Basically, it's almost like if your bonus action was this, like, its individual reaction in that kind of regard. Do you have to hit to win an attack on arm, strike to a grapple or shove? Yes. Yes, you have to hit. I agree with you, getting rid of contested checks is a bit of a loss. Yeah, just because I get it. It's to speed up gameplay, but I feel like contested checks for me were always just a fun thing to do in general. It's always fun to see two characters compete against each other. Saving throw to resist a thing, skill check to accomplish a thing, yeah. Okay. Based on how you would Warlock. Could a Warlock with Dual Wielder and Fighter dip for weapon mastery and better armor, do attack, Thirsting Blade attack, Devouring Blade attack, Nick attack, bonus action, Dual Wielder attack? So let's break this down. So so they'd be dipping into fighter to get the nick. So they do an attack plus their bonus attack plus their other attack plus their nick attack. Yeah. Plus the bonus action dual wielder attack. I'd have to think on that. Without giving, like, to keep the pace of the video going. Off the top of my head, theoretically, yes. Because the thing that you're downsizing there is Nick's only going to be on like a scimitar at most. And so, you know, you could have been using a longsword or another weapon, even a two-handed weapon, and probably pumping out more damage otherwise. But potentially, though, there is a way to interpret that the Nick attack is there as a way. No, I mean, maybe. You are dropping your feet for that, to do that kind of thing. It's tough. It's tough because there is a chance that the Nick is intended as a means of going, this is your bonus action attack. It's just moved to your action. or you move to one of your just like a free attack as part of your attack action, so that you can use your bonus action for something else. Does that replace the attack action in your bonus action? Not by rules as written. Is it intended? I don't know. But potentially. I mean, if you design your whole thing around that, wouldn't grappling feet plus crusher be better? That's yeah. Oh yeah. Grappler's feet's really the one that I meant to pull up there a minute ago. Tavern Brawler is good. I was thinking of Grappler's feet. Grappler's feet is the one that's insane for monks. Yeah, that was really why I meant to go with that. The Grappler's feet for monks is unbelievable because you no longer get your half movement speed, and because they move so damn fast, you can basically like. Let me go to the Grappler's feet. Because this is for me something I would love to see. Really fun. Hold on. Grappler. Where are ye? Where are ye? Okay, here, yeah, this is the one I really meant to pull up. Tavern Ball is okay. But this is the one I was meant to pull up. Strength or Dex by 1. Great. Punch and grab. When you hit a creature with an unarmed strike as part of the attack action on your turn, you can use both the damage and the grapple option. So you're not only pumping out more damage, but there's this. You can use this only once per turn. You have advantage on attack rolls against a creature grappled by you. So they have disadvantage against you, you have advantage against them. But this is the key point. Your speed isn't halved when you move a creature grappled by you if the creature is your size or smaller. So, looking at Monk. Right? Get Monk. If you have mobile, which is speedy now, right? You grab this. Let's put you as a level 11, level 10 monk, where you have 20 feet extra movement speed, right? Say you're a Goliath as well for the 35, so you have 55 movement speed. You can bonus action to dash as well, which gives you disengage as well. You have 110 movement speed, where you can run into an enemy. And if you have speedy, by the way, they have disadvantage on opportunity attacks against you. So, and I think it gives you an extra 10 feet of movement speed. Let me double check. So let's knock that up to a yes. So an extra 20 feet on that. So now we're 130 feet of movement speed, right? Without even using your action. You can run in there, have disadvantage on the opportunity attacks against you, punch their enemy wizard, and pull him all the way back to your team, and just have all your marshals just dogpile on him. You know, like, that kind of combo is so funny. It's so funny. Yeah, and you could do it technically with 2 of them, because you can, you know, freehand for both. Like, if you can use a monk just as the kidnapping monk, you know, yeah, you're like the Flash. You can zoom in there, grab someone, and just pull them straight back in there. It's going to be such a fun ability for separating enemies. I can't wait to see monks do that. Separate an enemy from their group and just throw them down. I mean, it's good on a barbarian. Barbarians get good movement speed as well, right? You get increased movement speed from a barbarian. So, yeah, throw spiked growth into the mix there, and you have some fun. If you can temporary hit points yourself up, just drag them through it as well. It'd be super fun. Super fun. Yeah, I love that combo. That was the one I meant over the Tavern Brawler. And then what does Crusher do again for grapples? Oh, the bludgeoning damage. Okay, yeah. Is the disparity between Martial and Caster classes somewhat fixed? I think so. I'd argue yes. Is there anything in particular you want to ask about that, though? New Rangers, mathematically strong, just dull. Yeah. A lot of their spells are really good now. Ranger spells. To take Hunter's Mark away and concentration free. Yeah, I mean, if you want to make Hunter's Mark the core part of the class, you just need to make it a bit more of a... like the Vow of Enmity from the new Vengeance one. Being able to swap it around to targets for free, make it so it bounces around and does extra things. No concentration on it. I would even say move it around when a creature drops to 0 would be fun for free. That's a fun fix. And then maybe just increase the options you can do with it. Treat it like Cunning Strike. Treat it like Brutal Strikes. Hunter's Strike. Are any races no longer usable, or are all races still usable? You can still use everything backwards compatible for the new stuff. The new species are great. Particularly, I love the Dragonborn. And the Goliath. Do you think the improved healing will lead to combat lasting significantly longer? Combat lasting longer is a tough one. Because... Would healing increase the length of combat? Maybe not, because it's usually, I mean, combat's speed is determined really by the enemy's health, because most combats end with them dying, not you. So I don't know if the healing will have a significant increase in it. I think healing will now be used as something you could do in combat, as opposed to just using it as a means to pick someone up when they drop. I think the thing that's going to slow down combat more so is going... I mean, everyone's got higher damage output, so we have to wait until the monster manual to see if they're compensated for that. But I think what's going to slow down combat more so is the summon spells. Now, yes, they've taken away a lot of the conjuration spells, which really would slow down combat. But all of the new summon spells are technically... like, encouraged. You know? They're all very encouraged. So... I think we're going to see a lot more summoning in general, because I don't know how often they really come up. Like, the old conjuration spells didn't come up in many campaigns. Or at least, not consistently. Whereas now, I feel like nearly every caster is encouraged heavily to have a pet. Because they're so good. Our ranger subclass is a bit more balanced, whereas Gloomstalker is still miles ahead of anything else. Gloomstalker is still strong. Fey Wanderer is still strong. I think Hunter is a lot more... flexibility in your choices, but I think they took away a lot of flavor. And Beastmaster is pretty much how it was in Tasha's, with a couple of tiny improvements. Yeah, Hasted Monk could also kidnap people with that previous one. When Goliath goes big, they get 10 feet more movement. You're right. You're right, so you can go even bigger. And you can grapple bigger things by doing that. A Monk Goliath is going to be an insane combo. Because you can grab big things and drag them right back into your team to beat the cat out of them. Did they change the damage for the cantrips that don't scale? Or make them scale now? So, is there any other particular ones that you want to point out? I can tell you some of them. Poison Spray is now an attack roll. I love that. That's great. Because it's a 1d12, you know? On a most humanoids, that's going to do some pretty meaty damage. Stuff like Spare the Dying starts off as a 15 feet range. It goes up 30, 45, 60, I think, if I remember off the top of my head. So that one increases its range. A lot of them scale. Some of them don't. Resistance doesn't scale, and I was a bit sad about that. Because it's a bit simplified. Use the other monk feature lets you carry an ally with you and take 2... Yeah, that's true. You aren't allowed to let your players use the new stuff, or is it does this mean that you aren't allowed to let your players use the new stuff? Oh, no. If you're referring to why I took down my videos, that's because the watermarked version, it was not super clear what I could show. The watermarked version, they don't want it to be seen on stream or on YouTube in general. The actual version of the book is probably fine. And everything in it we can discuss. So my players will have everything. This Sunday for Sunforge, they will have all the new updated stuff. I remember some theory crafting with 5 if possible was top speed for a Tabaxi Monk, and that was already some crazy stuff. Yeah. The Charger changed a lot since the playtest. That's going to be a pretty good one with Monk if it stayed similar. Let me search for the Charger. You get strength or dexterity up by 1. When you take the dash action, your speed increases by 10 feet for that action. If you move at least 10 feet in a straight line towards the target immediately before hitting it with a melee attack as part of the attack action, choose one of the following effects. Get a 1d8 bonus to the attack's damage roll, so that's different. Or push the target up to 10 feet away if it is no more than one size larger than you. You can do that once per turn. Oh yeah, Tome Barbarians can fly up and grab you and throw you down. That's true. Picking up people and flying them into the air and dropping them is a really strong idea. Will there any change to Warlock spell slots and how they get them back? Not to their spell slots necessarily. But in terms of getting them back, yes. In terms of getting your spell slots back as a Warlock now. Let me find it. Warlocks do get a little new feature. which is very, very nice. Just hold on my warlock now. Here we go. Called Magical Cunning. It's a 1 minute little esoteric rite you do, and at the end of it, you regain expended packed magic spell slots, but no more than half your maximum rounded up. So, once per long rest, you can do that. So there's a nice little way to get your spell slots back, which is at you get basically one spell slot back up until level 11, where you start to get 2. Because that's when you have 3 and it rounds up to 2. So, and then you get 2 for the rest of the game. So really, that's only going to be 1 for half the game, 2 for the other half. But it's a nice way to get them back. Yeah. The monster stat blocks will determine the speed of combat for sure. Hi, Chat and Joe. Regarding classes, besides the obvious, I'm just hoping they will buff up and fix Battle Ranger eventually. Coping, I love the flavor of spiked armor. Yeah, I mean, I'm hoping that for future books, they will sit down and look at the old subclasses that they made, and instead of dumping them into the past of compatibility, they re-update everything. I'm hoping this just gets to, like, you know, this is just because they don't want to bloat out the book more than 4 each. I'm hoping that they bring everything up to scratch that needed it. Probably enough. Tasha's, I think you could just do as a genuinely an errata to fix most of the stuff there. It's like I said in this book, the Tasha stuff is mostly unchanged. You can kind of summarize it all in like a line or 2 for each one. So I'd prefer that if it didn't come into new books, but it probably will. I just want to see all of the old stuff get super, super changed up. Since they talked about it quite a bit, does the book give any examples of how to convert old content over? Or you kind of left trying to figure it out on your own, regardless of your opinion? It does mention stuff like, for example, the clerics who would usually get their, at level 7, get their, or 8, I think it was, the ability to either do more damage on your cantrips or more damage with your attacks. They specify if an old ability had that, you don't get both. Stuff like that. They do have a lot of little addendums that mention how the backwards compatibility would work. So they definitely have addressed that. But it's specific for each one. Conjure Animals OP, it's very strong. Was Anime Dead changed in any way? Let's find out. I don't think so. I don't think that's one of the ones I covered, so therefore it probably wouldn't be changed. But we'll see. Maybe it is. Maybe I missed it. So it reads as it's casting time of 1 minute. It's for clerics and wizards. It's a 10 feet range. Vocal somatic material, drop of blood, a piece of flesh, and a pinch of bone dust. It's instantaneous. You choose a pile of bones or a corpse of medium or small, humanoid within range. The type becomes an undead creature, a skeleton if you chose bones, or a zombie if you chose a corpse. Has a little appendix for the stat blocks. On each of your turns, you can take a bonus action to mentally command any creature you made with this spell if the creature is within 60 feet of you. If you control multiple creatures, you can command any of them at the same time, issuing the command to each one. You decide what action the creature will take and where it will move on its next turn, or you can issue a general command such as to guard a chamber or corridor. If you issue no commands, the creature takes the dodge action and moves only to avoid harm. Once given an order, the creature continues to follow it until its task is complete. The creature is under your control for 24 hours, after which it stops obeying your command. To maintain control of the creature for another 24 hours, you must cast a spell on the creature again before the current 24-hour period ends. This use of the spell reasserts your control over up to 4 creatures you have animated with the spell, rather than animating a new creature. And if you use a high spell slot, you can do 2 more creatures for each spell slot above 3. And each one has to come from a different pile. Well, fast, so it sounds like it's pretty much the same, I think, word for word. So that's one which you can, spam out a bunch of minions. Isn't Summon Minor Elemental ridiculous now? Yeah, let me go over this spell. This is one of my favorite spells in the entire game. It is wild. It's Conjure. Sorry, Conjure Minor Elemental. This spell is very strong. It's very simple, very sweet. The Conjure Minor Elemental spells is now Druid and Wizard. It's a casting time of an action, range of self, vocal somatic, concentration up to 10 minutes. You conjure spirits from the elemental planes that flit around you in a 15-foot emanation for the duration. Until the spell ends, any attack you make deals an extra 2d8 damage when you hit a creature in the emanation. The damage is acid, cold, fire, or lightning, your choice when you make the attack. In addition, the ground in the emanation is difficult terrain for your enemies. The damage increases by 2d8 for each spell slot above 4. So, this is a really good upcast one. You upcast it twice, you can be doing 68 per hit. It's not a once per turn, it's per hit. It's a very strong elemental flurry. Yeah, haste them, upcast this at least once and you get 48. Like, the upcasting could have been just 1d8 per upcast. They did it to 2d8, which is very strong. Yeah, and you just have to attack someone within 15 feet. So you don't have to worry about doing this with melee. You can do this with, Scorching Rays. Loads of fun there. It's not just melee. It's really, really damn good. This is really good on a... Oh, if you could try and... it's kind of late. I was going to say, if you could try and get this... Because it's only on South. So it's designed around... I mean, this is really good on a Moon Druid. Oh, Moon Druid goes so hard with this. That's the one to put it on. It wouldn't work on magic missiles because there's any attack you make. Doesn't say any attack roll. I think it wouldn't work though, right? You can Scorching Ray with it. Blade Singers are really good for this. I was going to say, if you could dip into the monk, but it's so far down. It's level 4 Conjuration. It's strong for a reason. Do you know if monsters that had resistance to non-magical physical damage just have regular resistance now? I don't know anything about the monsters. I haven't seen the monster manual, so I can't say. This is just for the player's handbook. So a lot of non-magical has been changed into specific damage types, and also a lot of spells that did bludgeoning, piercing, and slashing now do force damage, or did your original like weapons damage do force damage. So there is a chance that monsters compensate for that. Any monster that's going to be resistant to force damage is going to be a hard thing to kill. But maybe they'll keep it the same, at least resisted damage type. How are ranger spells? Any more smite-like ones on a hit? Let me have a little look-see through ranger spells. So ranger spells have, yes, they have some pretty cool improvements. Like, let me get my spell list up. So, hold on. Let me see. I know I'm behind on the comments. It's just because, people have a lot of questions and I have a lot to say about everything. So, let me do, if I search Conjure. Conjure Volley, for example, didn't get its damage type changed, but it did change to force. Didn't get its damage type increased. It just got it changed to force. But Conjure Barrage went from 3d8 to 5d8 force damage. Again, changed to force damage. Stuff like that's pretty good. I also really like... what's the Vine one? Grasping Vine is awesome now. Its range increased from 30 feet to 60 feet. Melee spell attack from the Vine instead of a dex save. It deals 4d8 bludgeoning. The target is pulled up to 30 feet instead of 20 feet. If they're huge or smaller, they're grappled. It can only grapple one thing at a time. Bonus action to do the attack again. And you can upcast it for more grapples. So, that's really good. Super, super nice. Did they change Thorn Whip? Let me see if it's in my changed ones. It's not in my changed ones. But you'll get some benefits of Thorn Whip if you get the super long range on Druid. That sort of thing. They also, they have some stuff that triggers after you hit. I'm just trying to think, what range of spells used to be like a bonus action until your next hit? Give me an example and I can try and search those up as well. But there's some of them that work like a smite. The new word on telekinesis seems to imply a quickened spell does not allow a sorcerer to use it twice per turn. Did they change the word on most of the similar spells like Sunbeam? Sunbeam is worded as concentration up to 1 minute, etc. You launch a sunbeam in a 5-foot wide, 60-foot line. Each creature in the line makes a con save, takes 68 radiant damage, and blinded condition to the start of your next turn. On a success, they take half as much damage. Until the spell ends, you can make a magic action to create a new line of radiance. For the duration, a mote of brilliant radiance shines above you. It sheds bright light in a 30-foot radius and dim light for an additional 30 feet. This light is sunlight. So you can take a magic action to create a line of radiance. Let me see here for a second. Quicken spell. When you cast a spell that has a casting time of an action, you can spend 2 sorcery points to change the casting time to a bonus action for this casting. You can't modify a spell in this way if you've already cast a level 1 spell on your current turn, nor can cast a leveled spell on your current turn, nor can you cast a leveled spell on this turn after modifying a spell in this way. Oh, Hail of Thorns, Lightning Arrow. Let's do, yeah, I'll do Lightning Arrow. Lightning Arrow, for example, a bonus action which you take immediately after hitting or missing a target with a ranged attack using a weapon. So you can take this when you miss as well, which is super cool. Also, here's a really cool one. I want to talk about this for a second. I'll stop reading the questions for 1 second whilst I talk about one of my favorite new spells in the goddamn game. Witch Bolt is insane. Witch Bolt is so good. No one's talking about Witch Bolt. Please talk about Witch Bolt. It's so good. It's for sorcerers, warlocks, wizards. It's an action. Now, Witch Bolt used to be you attack an enemy, and if it hits, you do. If it hits, you can do this 1d12 damage, and then do 1d12 as an action every other turn. It is now. It's concentration still. Oh, I don't read Reddit, so I didn't know if they were talking about. A beam of crackling energy launches towards the creature within range, forming a sustained arc of lightning between you and the target. Make a ranged spell attack. By the way, it's 60 feet instead of 30 feet now. On a hit, the target takes 2d12 lightning damage, so the initial damage has gone up by 1d12. On each subsequent turns, you can take a bonus action to deal 1d12 lightning damage to the target automatically, even if your first one missed. And then it goes up by 1d12 for every spell slot. And it only ends if the target goes behind total cover or gets outside the range. So, it's so good. Right? It's a good upfront damage. Even if you miss that damage, you still get your bonus action going off. It's super, super nice, just consistent damage to have on the sideline. Very good early spell. Very, very good early spell. And a good range. Does the upcast make the second damage higher? That was a problem with the old bolt. Yes, the initial damage increases by 1d12 for each spell slot above. Oh no, sorry, only the initial damage. The secondary damage doesn't get increased, but that's probably okay. This is mostly an early game spell that is going to be pretty good for until you're level like 6 or 5. The range is going to really help. Yeah, and this is your bonus action, so it's bonus action 1d12 is no short amount of damage. You know? It's no short amount of damage. Does the bonus action count as using a spell slot per turn? Or can you cast another spell as an action? It just says you automatically deal the bonus action to do the damage. I don't think it casts a spell slot, no. No, you're not. It doesn't say you're casting a spell. I think the intention is that you do this, and then you can just be pumping out your fire bolts and your scorching rays as your main, whilst this is concentrate. Because it's concentration, so... I think it's probably good for even later than I thought, because bonus action just having external damage is just always going to be nice. Yeah, always going to be nice. Anyway, let me keep up. I'd like a moment of silence for all the Paladin and Ranger only spells that will never see play because they nerf Magical Secrets and Magic Initiate. I think the new Magical Secrets is buffed in the sense that you can just consistently change out those spells and they have a massive spell list. But to be fair, Magical Secrets diving into their spell lists... I would like a moment of silence for anyone that's not a paladin. Almost, actually, the opposite. I want a moment of glory for the paladin and ranger who doesn't feel shit at the table because they're watching a bard use their biggest spells whilst they're sat there at like level 10, where going, I don't get that until I'm 15. I think it's fair on those two. You can't have your cake and eat it, right? Like it's if you're gonna not super buff some of those classes. And rangers don't need anything more taken from them. At least let them be the ones that get to use that stuff. Yeah, a bard smiting harder would have been just unfair. I think the new bard change is actually okay. At first I was like, oh man, but you can already get. I mean, let's be honest. What is the best spell to pick for a bard at level 10 Magical Secrets? Circle of Power. You can still get that because it's on the cleric and paladin. Cleric and wizard spell list along with the paladin. So you're still going to be taking their best spells. And that's just because they're available to clerics now. Aura Vitality is another great choice. That's also now available to clerics and whatnot. So you're still going to have plenty of options. And what does Circle of Power do? I think 30-foot emanation around you. Any creature in it has advantage against spell effects. Let me double check. And magical. I think it's worded literally as magical as well. Yeah, a 30-foot emanation around you. While in the aura, you and your allies have advantage on saving throws against spells and other magical effects. And when they make a saving throw against a spell magical effect that allows the save to take only half damage, it takes no damage if it succeeds. So you get evasion and you have advantage. Yes. So bards are actually buffed by this because the spell list all got bigger. And now, previously, bards would pick their 2 spells, and the only spells they could change those out for were other bard spells. They couldn't change it for another choice. Now you can change it for another choice. Not only can you change it for another choice, the wording is that you can change it as long as you meet the requirements, which means when you pick your first 2, you could alter one of them out for a higher spell slot when you can start casting higher spell slots. If you can't hear to me, I'm in an ad break. I cannot hear anything. If you'd like to get past ad breaks, there are means to do so by subscribing. You guys are updating base classes? Yes. I love that. I mean, we've already been... a lot of people get confused by this. We've been playing with the new rules for the most part since September, since we started our campaign from the Unearthed Arcana. I love that they made force damage to the general magic damage. Yes. Can you show Speedy? I can tell you what Speedy does. Can't show it. Speedy is worded as Dexterity Con by 1. You need a Dexterity Constitution of 13 plus to get this. Your speed increases by 10 feet. And when you take the dash action on your turn, difficult terrain doesn't cost you extra movement for the rest of that turn. And opportunity attacks have disadvantage against you. At first, I thought this might be a bit rough because before you hit a target and they can't make an opportunity attack against you, even if you missed. But now opportunity attacks across the board have disadvantage, meaning that you no longer have to awkwardly dodge around other people. You can just run past other people now. And bait out their opportunity attacks. Does Sam have Paladin subclass yet? He's been playing the Great Old One since September of 2023. He's been playing that for 8 months. No, 10 months. No, now 11 months. There are many more subclass class features that are recharge a short rest. Yeah. Very specific questions here. How viable is a necromantic flavored bard now? It was doable on base 5e, but it was rough janky. Yeah. I mean, what problems did you have with it? And then I can counter those. Can you read the Arcane's focus, spell focus rule? Let me find it. You search the word Arcane Focus. An Arcane Focus takes one of the forms in the Arcane Focus's table, bejeweled or carved to channel arcane magic. A sorcerer, warlock, or wizard can use such item as a spellcasting focus. And then it's just crystal, orb, rod, staff, or wand. But other than that, you can use an Arcane Focus for your spellbook as a spellcasting focus for your wizard spell, stuff like that. That's how it's usually worded. Is there any specific wording that you're looking for? How's multiclassing feel since you've would have had to try it for Sam? I'm a lot less strict to multiclassing when it comes to stuff like that a lot of the time, but fine. Yeah, fine. I mean, he's felt fine with it. He didn't have the new Paladin, obviously, so we haven't been able to test that because that's only been revealed recently. How do you describe force damage? They have put it on so many different spells that have different vibes. I've never seen anyone say how force damage looks. I describe it exactly how you want to describe it. Force damage is what you make it. I personally, I think force damage is so general. I just imagine it to be pure arcane energy. So you could just color that how you like, do it how you like. One of my favorite things in Tasha's was them basically saying, your spells are how you describe them. If you do force damage as a monk and you just describe that as like a rippling sound, there's no visual image like thunder, you can. if you describe that as being even nothing to look at, or if you describe that as your fist turns purple as you hit, it's entirely up to you. With the fighter changes, Purple Dragon Knight isn't too bad. Battle Rage is still a disaster. Yeah, it needs cleaning up, Battle Master. Battle Rage, sorry. I imagine being hit with a blunt object, yeah. Scorching Ray, go brrr, yep. Oh, we're talking about the minor elementals. I'm catching up. Are there new optional variant rules? Have they updated any of the old optional variant rules as an the variant rest rules of variant encumbrance? That would all be in the DMG. That would all be in the DMG. Because that's really who's deciding those optional rules exist. And I haven't read the DMG, nor would the embargo be lifted if I had. The spell list was Druid and Wizard for the minor elementals. Just catching up. Is Eldritch Blast still on top? But obviously Bards. Yeah, Bards can take it as well. If they do magical secrets. Valabard. Let me see. The extra attack specifies, in addition, you can cast one of your cantrips that has a casting type of an action in place of one of those attacks. So no, it doesn't specify Bard cantrips, just one of your cantrips. So which upgraded Eldritch invocations do you think people now use besides the original ones? Okay. We're going to talk about invocations. So, Agonizing Blast, Repelling Blast, these ones in particular, now you can choose any Warlock cantrip. Bear in mind, I believe with Magic Initiate, they become Warlock cantrips. I'm not sure, I'd have to double check that. But Eldritch Blast is still a very good choice for it, right? It might be the vanilla choice because that's what we've been doing for years, but it's still a very good choice. But Repelling Blast, let's say Ray of Frost is an unbelievable option now. I'm going to sneeze, hold on. Ray of Frost on Repelling Blast not only now pushes them back, but also slows them with the Ray of Frost. Super good. Same with Eldritch Spear. Now, you choose one of your known Warlock cantrips that deals damage and has a range of 10 plus feet. When you cast it this way, it does a range of 30 times your Warlock level. So now you can do that one at an even greater feat, the range. That one's going to be super, super good for that. Again, Ray of Frost being a great one there. Other new ones that you're going to see use of. Devouring Blade. Thirsting Blade was a great way to get extra attack at 5. Now at level 12, to match a fighter, you can get an extra attack as well with this one. So you have 2 extra attacks. You attack 3 times in your turn. I still think Eldritch Mind is great. Fiendish Vigor. Starting at level 2, you can cast False Life on yourself. And when you cast it in this feature, you don't roll the die for the temporary hit points. You automatically get the highest number on the die. Now, False Life used to be 1d4 plus 4. It's now 2d4 plus 4. Meaning at level 2 to begin with, you're going to have 12 temporary hit points whenever you cast this. And you can cast it without expending a spell slot. Super, super, super good. That one's very, very nice for just keep picking yourself up between every combat. Even during combat, if you need a turn just to quickly just vamp yourself up. That one's great. And obviously, it doesn't specify the first level spell slot. So it sounds like you just keep getting better with that one. Gaze of Two Minds. It's now a bonus action to touch a willing creature and see through their senses. You're no longer blinded and deafened when you see through them. It's a bonus action in subsequent turns to maintain the connection between turns. And whilst perceiving through their senses, you can benefit from any special senses they possess. So really good for sharing a true sight, for sharing a blind sight, for giving them, taking their dark vision, all sorts of stuff like that. Super, super cool. And you can cast spells as if you're in your space or the other creature's space if the two of you are within 60 feet of each other. They become your familiar, your friend familiar. Super, super good. Gift of the Protectors kind of mostly remains the same. Let's see if there's any other really outstanders here. Life Drinker actually gives you health back now. you do expend your hit points. So it's a 1d6 psychic or radiant damage, necrotic psychic or radiant damage. You choose, and you expend one of your hit point dice to roll it and regain a number of hit points equal to your roll plus your constitution modifier. So just a nice way to expend hit points in combat to heal yourself if you wish to. Once per turn, though. Master of Myriad Forms can see get use now. It used to be a level 15 plus Warlock invocation to cast Alter Self on yourself without expending a spell slot. It's now level 5. They dropped it by 10 levels. Super fun if you want to basically play a Changeling, but an ultimate Changeling. What else have we got here? Otherworldly Leap. Cast Jump on yourself without expending a spell slot for level 2 now. Pact of the Blade. Pact of the Tome. Pact of the Chain. You can pick all 3 now. I think people are going to pick more than 1. Pact of the Blade is insane. I can't wait to play a Warlock around it. Your proficiency with your weapon. It's a spellcasting focus. When you attack with it, you can use your Charisma modifier to attack and damage rolls, meaning no more Hexblade worries. And you can cause the weapon to deal necrotic, psychic, or radiant damage if it's normal type. And then you can obviously conjure it back towards you. Pact of the Chain has a lot more options now. You can get skeletons, you can get Slar Tadpoles, Sphinx of Wonders, or Venomous Snakes. Pact of the Tome builds in the invocation that gives you 2 level 1 spell slots, or spells that have the ritual tag. So that's very nice. In general. What else is on here? Visions of the Distant Realms. I believe Arcane Eye was level at least level 12, might be 15 to cast Arcane Eye. Now it's level 9. The one to speak with dead was level 9. Now it's level 7. So yeah, all very good. Also, one of the ones I missed, which is actually extremely good as well. Lessons of the first one. You get to pick an origin feat, and you can take this more than once. So level 2 onwards, you can just get an extra origin feat. So if you want tough, because you couldn't get, if you go human, you can get 3 origin feats at level 2. Really good. Really, really good. So lots. Did they change Zephyr Strike? I don't think so. I don't even think Zephyr Strike is in this one. I don't think it's even in the book. I don't find it. How does Spell Sniper work with the new Druid feature? Spell Sniper is entirely different as a baseline, but it's still very, very good. In Wiz Charisma up by 1. Your attack rolls for spells ignore half cover and 3/4 cover. Being within 5 feet of an enemy doesn't impose disadvantage on your attack rolls. And when you cast a spell that has a range of at least 10 feet and requires you to make an attack roll, you can increase the spell's range by 60 feet. That's very nice. So now, Witch Bolt could be used for that, right? So now you can have a 120 feet Witch Bolt range. They can't get away from that. That's going to be great. Did Mirage Arcane get changed? I'm glad you asked. No. Still one of the most confusing spells in the goddamn book is not changed. What does it mean? It's a level 7 illusion, 10-minute casting time, within sight, vocal somatic, 10 days. You make terrain in an area up to 1 mile square look, sound, smell, and even feel like some other sort of terrain. Open fields or a road could be made to resemble a swamp, hill, crevasse, or some rough or impassable terrain. A pond can be made to seem like a grassy meadow, a precipice like a gentle slope, or a rock-strewn gully like a wide and smooth road. Similarly, you can alter the appearance of structures or add them when none are present. The spell doesn't disguise, conceal, or add creatures. The illusion includes audible, visual, tactile, olfactory elements, so it can turn clear ground into difficult terrain or vice versa, or otherwise impede movement throughout the area. Any piece of the illusory terrain, such as a rock or stick that is removed from the spell's area, disappears immediately. Creatures with true sight can see through the illusion to the terrain's true form. However, all other elements of the illusion remain. So while the creature is aware of the illusion's presence, the creature can still interact with the illusion. So again, does that mean you can make the ground into lava and just burn everything? What does it mean when it comes to damage? They didn't specify. Illusion-based rules didn't really specify otherwise. I know they said they'd have deep rules about illusions in general, but let me try and find the illusionary rules. What does it mean? I feel like it just could be interpreted. If I can get into an interview with Jeremy Crawford, you bet your ass that's one of the the questions I'm asking. Illusions. Spells and other effects create magical illusions. Such an effect defines what the illusion does and which senses of or mental faculties it deceives. If an illusion manifests in space, the illusion is insubstantial and weightless, yet it seems to be affected by the environment, as if the illusion were real unless the effect that created it specifies otherwise. For example, a visual illusion of a creature casts shadows and reflections, and wind appears to affect the illusory creature. Similarly, an audible illusion echoes in echoey space. That's all they say. If you're affected by the thing in the illusion, and the thing is lava, do you perceive yourself burning to death? What does it mean? Who knows? No other rules. That's what it says for illusions. I thought it might specify. If they said an illusion doesn't deal damage unless the spell otherwise specifies, it would make it. You would perceive it but not take damage. You could argue that, but it does say that you would take a difficult terrain. And that's technically not damage, but that is you physically being pushed back by it. But then if they're saying wind interacts with you in any illusion, then are they saying that that would already do that? I don't know. It's just, it's such an awkward spell. Because as intended, I feel like the idea is to create a 1 mile, like your 1 mile of trickery that they might struggle to walk through, you know? But in actuality, can you just remove the ground and like what does it mean? What does it mean? Okay. Sorcerers need Witchbolt or Flame Blade now until they get Vampiric Touch. Constant damage source that scales with every turn and having a bonus action. Yeah, that's really good. I'm nearly caught up with chat. I think. Have they announced that they're going to be updating D&D Beyond and release the new book? I have no idea about that. Talking about Paladins, I remember you saying that they changed the smite supposed to be better since they're at will like Divine Smite. Yes, let me get Searing Smite, for example, which is... I think this used to be branding, right? They got rid of the branding terminology for obvious reasons. It now specifies bonus action, which you take immediately after hitting a target with a melee weapon or an unarmed strike. So it's kind of almost like turning your bonus action to a reaction. And it lasts for 1 minute. There's no longer concentration. It takes 1d6 fire damage from the attack. At the start of each of its turns, until the spell ends, the target takes 1d6 fire damage and then makes a con save. On a failed save, the spell continues. On a successful save, the spell ends. The good thing about taking away concentration of these smites, it means if you have Shield of Faith up or something akin to that, you don't have to worry about dropping it just to do one of your cool other smites. So that's good. I think so, James. So you can make the difficult terrain to regular terrain for Arcane Mirage. Let's have to come on board. You didn't really get any real necromantic spells till later. Oh, this is about this is about the animate dead bard. You didn't get any real necromantic spells until later in regards to the bard necromancer question. Yeah. Thank you for clarifying that, by the way. I mean, you technically don't still get them until later. I suppose if you take magical secrets, if you go lore bard, you could do it because you get your magical secrets at level 6. And you could grab it from there. In 2014, arcane focuses could only be used for spells of somatic and material, not just somatic. Oh. I guess I should look at spellcasting focus as opposed to arcane focuses, maybe. I don't know. Spellcasting focus is an object that certain creatures can use in place of a spell's material components if those materials aren't consumed by the spell and don't have a cost specified. Some classes allow its members to use certain types of spellcasting focuses. Would you be willing to talk more about the new crafting rules? Yes. Remind me on that one so I can get through the questions, because I haven't really read... I can't even remember if I read over the crafting rules myself, so we'll go over that in real time. I think you'll still need to wait for Ms. Come to get necro spells. Yeah, that's true. Oh, you meant for warlocks. Oh, I see. Actually, here's a good option. If you want to get a good undead monster, Summon Undead is really good now. Let's see who it's for. Warlock and Wizard. Really good if you want to do like an undead warlock with a cool undead pet. Bear in mind, if you want to go... wait, did you say Bard? Let me just realize. Bard Necromancer, yeah. If you want to go Warlock Necromancer, a cool use to do, take the Skeleton as your Pact of the Chain familiar. And then take Summon Undead, the level 3 spell. It's going to go up with your spell slots anyway. Listen to this one. You need a 300 gold Gilded Skull to cast it, but it doesn't get consumed. Concentration up to 1 hour, 90 feet of range, and action. It goes... it shares your initiative count, yada yada, right? Undead Spirit is insane. I mean, I still think if you go Undead Warlock, getting someone's Shadow Spawn is better because of the interaction with Frightened. But listen to this. Actually, no, hold on. No. Okay, listen to this. I could design a build around this. It would be sick. AC is 11 plus the spell's level. If you get Ghostly, Putrid, or Skeletal forms, right? Ghostly and Putrid have 30 HP, 20 if it's Skeletal, plus 10 for all of those for each spell slot above 3. Okay amount of health. Fine. Speed is 30, but Ghostly flies at 40 feet. Moosecat, thanks so much for the 17 months. I appreciate that. 12 Strength, 16 Dex, 15 Con, 4 Int, 10 Wiz, 9 Charisma. It's immune to Necrotic, Poison, Exhaustion, Frightened, Paralyzed, Poisoned. Its Dark Vision is 60 feet, Passive Perception of 10, yada 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 yada. Let's get to the meat. They updated this in a couple of ways, for those that don't know. And that is grabbing yourself a Ghostly one or a Rotting one. A Ghostly or Putrid. If you go Ghostly, it used to be... Let me just get it up so I actually can use this as a frame of reference. Summon Undead. Babbity babbity boo, babbity boo, babbity boo. And I also need to check my email really fast. Oh. Okay, so I had to send an email quickly. So, Summon Undead. Previously, the Ghostly form, it can move through other creatures and whatnot, right? So it's incorporeal. Its Deathly Touch is a melee 5-foot attack that deals 1d8 plus 3 plus the spell's level and necrotic damage. And the creature must succeed on a Wisdom saving throw against your spell save DC. You'll be frightened of you until the frightened of the undead until the end of the target's next turn. Okay. That was, it's an okay amount of damage. It's a Wisdom save. Now, on a hit, does the same amount of damage. And the target is frightened until the end of its next turn. So, no save. So you can frighten creatures with the ghostly touch so much easier. Really, really good. But the real key is to go putrid. Because putrid had a con save that any creature other than you that starts its turn within 5 feet of the putrid creature has to make a con save or has the poison condition until the start of its next turn. And it's Rotting Claw, 1d6 plus 3 plus the spell's slashing damage. If the target has the poison condition, it now... and it said it must make a con save. Its spell save DC will be paralyzed until the end of its next turn. Okay? If the target is poisoned. Now, if that hits and the target has the poison condition, they get paralyzed, no extra save. So it used to be 2 con saves to get through that. Very hard to get a paralyze off. Now, it's just as long as they're poisoned. So you don't even need to rely on the trait. If you can poison the enemy in another way, say Ray of Sickness, right? Which, by the way, let me double check Ray of Sickness as well. Ray of Sickness used to be a ranged spell attack. They make a con save or they get poisoned to the end of your next turn. And it's now... It's a lot of me control effing. Hold on. It's now... On a hit, they take 2d8 poison damage and has the poison condition. You can skip over one of... In fact, you can skip over any of the saves. Yeah, Ray of Sickness plus Putrid Strike. No worry about a con save. You just do paralyzed hits, as long as both attacks hit. So instead of being previously going from 2 attack rolls plus... going from attack roll plus 2 con saves, you're going to 2 attack rolls flat, avoiding that con. Really, really, really strong combo. Very fun if you want to play an undead warlock. Or a warlock in general that is a necromancer. Or a wizard that's a necromancer. Very, very cool combo there. I just need to check my email a second. Hold on one second. I'm just going to send a quick message. Hold on. Okay. Let's keep going. Just catching up. Also, you could dip into Warlocks and grab the skeleton if you want on your bard. So you could go 1 in Warlock and get the skeleton chip back to the chain if you want to have a skeleton familiar that you just keep getting back. That's a good way to do it if you want just a skeleton in general. I'm sure nothing's immune to poison. Yeah, I mean, it's not going to work against all those creatures, all those fiends and whatnot, but in a humanoid-heavy campaign, you're probably going to have a lot of fun with that. But yeah, definitely tougher against other creatures. Yes, your claws and fangs in auto self use your spellcasting modifier, which is very nice. Does that count as an unarmed strike? Does that count as an unarmed strike? Let me look at it. Oh, hold on. You go claws, horns, or hooves. When you use your unarmed strike to deal damage to their new growth, it deals 1d6 damage of the type in parenthesis instead of dealing the normal damage for unarmed strikes. And you use your spellcasting ability to modify the attack and damage rolls. Ooh. There could be a good mix-up where you... I mean, not off the top of my head. Where you use Alter Self on a Warlock. Only for the damage rolls, that's true. Mixed in with... like, Monk? Maybe not with Monk, with something else. I don't know. There's a combo there, I'm sure, where you can use that as your primary damage. That'd be quite fun. Because you can use your charisma modifier for it. Maybe a paladin. Maybe that's what you could do. An unarmed strike-based paladin. Get to the point where you can cast Alter Self at will whenever you want. Druids don't get it. Sorcerer and wizards do. And obviously Warlock if you take the thing. The just good thing about Warlocks getting it is that you can spam it. After level 5, you can have it as many times as you like. I bet there's a fun little thing there. Get to 5 in Warlock and then go Paladin. So you use your Charisma modifier for your... I mean... Obviously, you'd be using your Charisma modifier if you just take 1 dip into Warlock as a Paladin. Because you can just take the Invocation. But maybe Alter Selfs with the Unarmed Strikes would do something different. I don't know. Don't know. Or maybe Punchy go down a different bard and... I don't know. Really random question on this one. More or less art compared to the previous PHP? More art. Always, which do you prefer in this regard? I mean, the old art was awesome, but the new art is unbelievably good. The new art's crazy good. Every subclass got its own art. There's a shit ton of art like the one you're seeing right now in the background, just showing themes and spells and all sorts. It's really good. Old Moon Druid. What's the barb class that is shape change? Is there a shape change barb class? Oh, the barbarian. The bear one. Oh, Pulse for the Beast. Yeah. That has its own built-in weapons though. Shock and Grasp is no longer usable at range. No, Shock and Grasp is. Wait, what do you mean? Shock and Grasp was always melee. Do you mean Chilling Touch? Chilling Touch is now melee as well. Did Ray of Frost get changed at all? I don't think off the top of my head. Are you asking Control F? Other rules? Oh no, that's you asking me to find it. Can you make difficult training into regular training in order to make training? Okay, we're still. I'm catching up. I'm still on the Arcane Mirage bit. Well, the thing about the Cleft, about Mirage Arcane, about perceiving getting hurt but not getting hurt, wouldn't that be psychic damage then? Wouldn't they have specified that? I don't know. I still remember a City Crawford tweet about Mirage Arcane that was you could drown in the spells of Illusionary Lake or full of Illusionary Crypt. I know, that's why I was trying to work. Like, what does that mean? Okay, I think the final question for me, I understand that this will be somewhat more personal preference. With that said, in your opinion, based on the changes to classes, subclasses, backgrounds, feats, and races, ancestries, how do you feel about character creation and the potential for RP given any character idea? Easier, harder, about the same, more or less options, or about the same? Easier or harder, about the same to realize certain character archetype types. So, I think it is... This is where my personal opinion is a bit altered. Now, yes, disclaimer, you can homebrew anything in this game, so the answer of just homebrew it doesn't work on everything, okay? Because not every DM is going to do that. Personally, will I homebrew it? Yes, I homebrew pretty much everything. But they altered from your species, formerly known as races, having your ability scores, to Tushers where that was still the same, but you just choose whatever you want custom-wise, which I think will be in the DMG, I hope, to now your ability scores are tied to your background. Now, that might be okay, but I think it does limit flavor for maybe new people coming in. I've used this street urchin example, which is Wayfarer, which is like described as, you know, you grew up in the streets. You grew up in, you know, maybe poorer, maybe kind of, you know, running around as a bit of a street rat. It's the street rat opening, right? For loads of tropes do this. And that one gives dexterity and something else. I can't remember, but it doesn't give intelligence. So if you had the idea of playing a wizard that grew up as a street rat and would learn his books on the side, you don't get to add your +2, +1 to the ones you want. And that's weird. And people will be like, well, that makes sense by this. But no, you can make any character option make sense, right? You can make anything make sense. You could be a soldier that was smarter and became a wizard. You could make a hermit that was stronger and more like a barbarian. You can make anything make sense. But with this, it's a bit more limiting. I wish that the backgrounds were a little bit more, gave you just a unique feature like they used to, but make it a bit more flavorsome, a bit more fun. I don't even mind the origin feats being tied to them necessarily, just if they had a custom option, custom background option right at the end. Design your own background, be inspired to design your own background, because I think it encourages creativity, as the other option in the backgrounds would have been nice. But because of the way that it's worded, it's very much pick this one, get these ability scores, get these items, and then get this origin feat. I do feel like that's kind of limiting. So that's only going to be at the tables that really take that into account. But I think they should have had a custom option there that just said custom, and it literally has like a unique image, and it says like put your +2 or +1 or all three in anywhere you want. For items, pick 2 from this, pick 3 from this, and then from origin feats, pick any of the ones below that are applicable. Work with your DM. And that would have been fine. Tying the +1 to backgrounds and letting the 2 go anywhere would be a lot better. Yeah, it's stuff like that where I'm just like, you know, yeah, ribbon features like criminal game context stuff like that. Yeah, that stuff is what I liked before, because that feels like it's part of the background. I get that background shouldn't be tied to species. I've always been for that, but I also don't like them tied to backgrounds because I get it. Does your background, your background teaches you the skills that you need for life? Sure. But why does, let's use an example here, okay? Let me search for soldier. Soldiers get strength, dex, or con. What about a charismatic soldier who was never that good at fighting, got into the local guard, got all conscripted? What if you were conscripted? What if you were a conscripted battle mage? That doesn't help at all, you know? So there's a lot like that. Did any of the... actually, I'll come on to that in a second, because I'm still catching up. If you have a rogue buddy with that poison trigger, yeah, attack is super easy too. That's fun. I'm hoping poison doesn't get as resistant as it used to, or at least as immunized as it used to. I hope it's a bit more just resisted, and that way you can get the poisoner feat. Chill Touch got a boost to a D10 because of Chill Touch got a boost to its D10 because its range is touch now. They kept Ray of Frost as a D8. It's got 60 feet. Has your Rogue Medic Homebrew been changed or not? I'm going to edit some of the healing values to go up for Tomato. But otherwise, we need to do an overview of it and just clean up some stuff in general. Handbook is always for new players. 100% DMG will have custom stuff. Yeah, the only thing I wish they put in there was a bit more showing that you can customize stuff instead of just saying, these are the things you pick. Let your DM decide if you're allowed customization. I think just having one of those backgrounds just being custom would have been fun. Think about it when you play an RPG game and you have all of these preset characters, and it just says custom on the side. That feels so much more welcoming, and I think it inspires people to be more creative in general. And I think that's a fundamental value of D&D, is that people do custom stuff. I think it changes them early. You can change the stats from the background, can't you? I mean, I think you can in the DMG. Let me look at the backgrounds bit here. It just says character backgrounds. A background includes the following parts. A background lists 3 of your character's ability scores, increase 1 by 2 and another 1 by 1, or increase all 3 by 1. None of these can increase the score above 20. A feat that you pick out the origin feats, skill proficiencies. They give your characters 2 skill proficiencies of the specified ones. Each background gives a character tool proficiencies, either a specific tool or one chosen from the artisan's tools. And each background offers a choice between a package of equipment and 50 GP. And then it just gives you some descriptions and then gets straight into them. So it doesn't mention that you can get your own custom, or it doesn't mention that you can change the stats off the base form. Did any races' origins get buffed or nerfed? I'll come on to that. So I've got to look at crafting and race origins, yeah. I'm actually caught up now. This is great. So the backgrounds have a set stat boosts and not +2, +1, or 3 times 1. Yes. So it is +2, +1, or 1 in 1, 1, 1. But say take Noble. Noble, you can only choose between Strength, Intelligence, or Charisma. So you are limited in your scope. If you wanted to be a noble who is a noble monk, you know, the child of a monk who is, sorry, the child of a high lord that went off and studied in a monastery is the outlier child, you wouldn't be able to pick dexterity or wisdom. So stuff like that. Customizing can be confusing, especially with so many rules. That's why they added the quick stats array. You're not wrong. I just think when you put it in when you put it all in the DM's court, you're going to come across some DMs who are like, just use anything from the player's handbook, nothing else. You know, and that happens at tables quite often. So I feel like if you'd had that option there, it saves face for those kind of tables. Yeah, so that's a little bit sad. Okay, any of the species. So we'll look at species, we'll look at crafting, and I'll give you my general spells notebook page that I made, okay? I basically made a Google document where I've gone through everything. So I'll go from the bottom to the top on that. Let's do that now. And then... okay. More fresh DMs. That's true. Okay. So my spell rules, my spell differences, from the bottom to the top. Bear in mind, by the way, there might be some wording changes in this one. I'm guessing if the watermark version is the one they don't want to be seen, there might be some word changes, but I don't know if there'll be many. Aid. So I'll go through every single one that I noticed a difference in. There's going to be some differences that I didn't pick up on, by the way, because the YouTube comments made that clear. Aid is now available to bard, druids, and rangers, otherwise unchanged. Alter Self, the natural weapons don't have a +1, but instead use your spellcasting ability modifier. Animal Friendship now works on beasts with an int of 4 or higher. I'm also going to stop on the ones which are important to talk about. Animal Messenger, charisma save and throw on the beast now. Works automatically if the creature has a CR of 0, though. I guess this is so you can't polymorph someone into a tiny creature and then animal messenger them. Could you do that before? I feel like maybe. Which is a funny combo if that could have been done before. But basically, yeah, this remains mostly the same outside those situations. I still, by the way, I can't get over the fact that... I'm going to sneeze. Also, I'm going to write down everything I should remember to do. Hold on. Reminder to myself. I want to do a look at crafting. Someone else wanted something else to look at. Crafting species and talk about wizard a little bit. Okay. Animal shapes. I was going to talk about this about druid. I completely glossed over the fact that druids don't drop out their form when they lose their temporary hit points, meaning that you are encouraged when you can cast spells to stay in a beast form, which is really funny. Animal shapes, though, it no longer requires concentration. You have temp HP over changing to the new HP. That's a good question. Let me double check with the polymorph and stuff. I think they do break when you lose your temporary hit points, though. The spell ends early if the target loses temporary hit points. Yeah. Yeah. That's what I thought. So, animal shapes, which is the one about, like, changing into all these different animal forms. 10 HP over the new HP, but it's no longer concentration, and you can end it yourself as a bonus action. To give you an idea what animal shapes means. Because it's really funny. Animal shapes is now a... it's 8th level, as always, with blah blah. You choose any number of willing creatures that you can see within range, and each target shapeshifts for 24 hours into a larger or smaller beast of your choice that has a challenge rating of 4 or lower. And you can choose different forms for each target. And you can transform on later turns. You can take a magic action to transform the targets again. It is such a fun spell when you take away the concentration elements entirely. Because you can now just completely do crazy heist situations where everyone's a rat or just merging everyone into different things. It's really fun. It says that they retain their hit points, etc. Da, da, da. Yeah, that's true. Demorph, yeah. Okay. What else? Let me see. Animate objects is no longer 10 items. Instead of it's your spellcasting modifier. It's medium or smaller is 1, not 2. Large is 2, not 4. Huge is 3, not 8. And no longer loads of tiny objects and small objects across the ground. So, it now has its own stat block. And based off your spellcasting modifier, force damage. The damage looks a bit less overall, but I don't know. Upcasting doesn't increase the amount, increases the damage though. So, that one was always stronger to summon a bunch of tiny things because action economy. Now the most things you're going to get is, say your spellcasting modifier is 5 medium creatures. Oh, sorry, 5 medium objects, which is still quite a lot to have on the field smashing the enemy, but it's no longer nearly as much. Overall. From a pure gameplay flow perspective, yeah. Yeah, it slows down the flow. Antipathy and sympathy, available to bards. Both range for them for 60 feet to 120 feet. Strangers can't make the saving throw every 24 hours to stop it either. So that's just strangers, creatures. So doubled the range on that one. Makes sense. High level spell. Arcane Eye is a bonus action to move it instead of a full action. Armor of Agathis is a bonus action instead of an action to apply. Do you know what I'd have liked to see? Chat. A lot of these spells that moved from an action to a bonus action, I wish it said you could use either slot. You know? Because there's sometimes where you'll be like, ah, damn, I can't do this. And I don't think that would break the game at all. That'd be a nice little change. You can use your action or bonus action to cast a spell. Most of the time you're going to use your bonus action, but what if you wanted to do Armor of Agathis and Hex in the same turn? You can't do that now. Augury. Available to druids and wizards. Aura of Life, available to clerics. Purity, clerics. Vitality, clerics. And druids. Bane are now available to warlocks. Banishing Smite is a bonus action after hitting, as all of the other smites are. Added a charisma saving throw, so no automatically banishes. Banishment specifies the particular creatures. This is an interesting change. So it used to be any creature that gets hit by gets transported to their plane. It's now Aberration, Celestial, Elemental, Fey, and Fiend that gets transferred. So that does mean if you are fighting an undead from the Shadowfell, they're not going back to their home plane. Or they are for the minute, but they're not going to get stuck there. I think this was done as a means of stopping you from TPing your friends back home if you're stuck in another plane. Yeah. But I feel like another solution there would have said, like, throw undead and stuff in there. Barkskin is a must pick now, from a no pick to a must pick. It's a bonus action, great. No concentration, and the AC can't be less than 17. That is a great spell. And I don't believe it's stealth. Is it only stealth? Let me just double check. Yeah, Barkskin is a fantastic spell now. If you don't know what Barkskin is, it basically bonus action, no touch. You can give it to another person as well. If you can get Barkskin on a warlock, it only lasts for 1 hour. No, but it's still very good. Do you know what's really good on? Land druids get a lot of they can spend wild shape things to get spell slots back. This would be a good way to do it. Such a huge buff. You think Barkskin's not buffed by that? AC of 17 is no small joke. No concentration on it. It completely takes away the one of the major reasons it wasn't picked. I think it's a great buff. I think you have a lot of characters that don't have big AC. Yeah, I think it is a huge buff. I agree. I think this is a really nice way to do it. Yeah, Druid on their own gets a nice AC buff there. It's a level 2 spell. By the time you can cast level 2 spells as a Druid, what level are you? Like level 3 Druid can cast level 2? Right? How many times are you going to have... Like, that 17 AC is going to be higher than pretty much every creature's armor. Most of the time. Or a lot of creatures' armor, I should say. Before at that level range. The only thing I think that would have been nice is if you could upcast it to touch additional people. Yeah, Marshals of Shields would be the ones higher. Yeah. But Marshal with a two-hander, this is really good for. Because, well, yeah, Marshals of Shields are really going to be the ones with like 17 AC around that point. Or any of that, if they have protection or anything like that. But for all your casters, dexterity on like a wizard's probably only going to be like a +2, say a +3. Oh, you were talking about banishment. No. Yeah. Sorry, that makes sense. Beast Sense, no action required to see through the senses and no punishment for perceiving through them either. That's really fun. Really fun on a ranger as well. We're about to get hit by the sun moment of this stream, by the way, chat, where the sun tries to burn me away. The vampire check. Befuddlement is the new name for Feeble Mind. I actually do think this new spell is not as exciting. There's no upfront damage. On a failure, the target takes 10d12 psychic damage. And on a failure, all they can't do is cast spells or take magic actions. So there's no longer the whole intelligence drop. Which, I wish they could rework that in a different way. It used to be so damn strong, but I mean, it is a very high level spell. The Thunder's Light graces you. Bestow Curse. On one of the options, you could get them to waste their action. Instead of doing that, they spent doing the dodge action. So technically a slight nerf there, but not a heavy nerf. The Igby's Hand got a big change up. It's for sorcerers now as well. It no longer has a strength or dex score. They took away all the contested checks with it. But its clenched fist damage went up from 4d8 to 5d8. That's nice. Psychic Scream, I'm not sure. Let me check. No. Forceful Hand is now Strength save, and Grasping Hand is a Dexterity saving throw. So they got those ones. And Grasping Hand went up from 2d6 to 4d6 damage. So Bigby's hand got some increases. It just used to have an incredibly high Strength score that can't be used anymore. Blade Barrier went from slashing to force damage. Blade Ward is a concentration of 1 minute. When a creature makes an attack roll against you, they subtract 1d4 from the attack roll. That's very good. I like that. It's a really nice, easy one to pick up. It's essentially giving you, if you really think about it like this, if you have your concentration not used for anything else, this is essentially giving you a... Here is an AC +1 up to an AC +4. So, that's quite nice. Blinding Smite is a bonus action when you hit. Lasts 1 minute, no longer concentration. It blinds immediately. The target then makes saves at the end of each of their turns to end it. Upcast for 1d8 extra damage. That is very good now. Very good. Super, super nice. They just get blinded on the hit. Blindness and Deafness has gone up from 30 feet range to 120 feet range. Pretty good. Blink, instead of on a d20 and 11 or higher, you disappear. It's now d6, 4 or higher. I'm not sure why. Charm Monster and Charm Person have taken out the requirement that the upcasted creatures need to be within 30 feet of each other, so that's quite nice. You can now do it off the initial range. Chill Touch is now a touch spell, but the damage is increased to a 1d10. Chromatic Orb. If you roll 2 or more of the same number on the d8s, the orb leaps to another target of your choice in 30 feet, and you make a new damage roll. Upcasting increases the damage by 1d8 and the number of leaps by 1. So it doesn't have to be an 8, it has to be 2 of the same number. So this is a really fun one. It only bounces once to begin with, but for every bounce, so say you put this, you upcast this by 2, right? Because it starts off as what, 2d8? This Chromatic Orb. So it starts off with 3d8, right? Let's say you do a 3rd level Chromatic Orb. It becomes 5d8, okay? At 3rd level. 5d8 damage, initial damage. If any of those 5 numbers are the same as each other, 2 of them have to be the same, 2 matching. Slot Machine one. Yeah, they fuse it with Chaos Bolt. Made it a bit more fun, I think. Becomes 5d8. If any of those 2 numbers are the same, it bounces once. You roll 5d8 again. If any of those 2 numbers are the same, it bounces again. And then I believe it would have bounced one more time, right? If it's 5th level, because it bounces once initially, then upcast. Yeah. So you get an additional bounce for every time it's upcasted. Can it bounce back? Good question. I think so. Because it says you on a hit, the target takes 3d8 spell damage. Or damage of the chosen type. If you roll the same number on 2 or more of the d8s, the orb leaps to a different target of your choice within 30 feet of the target. Make an attack roll against the new target and make a new damage. And the orb can't leap again unless you cast a spell with a level 2 or more spell slot. So you do a different target. It does sound unique, but technically after the first bounce, wouldn't that be a different target? Again? I think so, man. Maybe not. It's only whilst it's up, I think. I don't know, actually. I'd run it as you can as well, because otherwise upcasting it only really matters if you have more targets, right? But basically, upcasting gives you much higher chances of it bouncing in the first place, which I think is a really good way to do it. Instead of it just being like the new ones, because if you upcast this all the way to like, I don't know, 5 after that, and you're doing 7d8s, 2 of those numbers just have to be the same to bounce it all the time. It's really fun. What class is this for? Sorcerer and Wizard. Yeah, they just don't want you always on the same guy over and over. Yeah, bounce off a friend. Circle of Death went up to 8d8 instead of 8d6. Fine. Circle of Power, now available to clerics and wizards. Cloud of Daggers got a big upgrade. It's an action to move it 30 feet on later turns. So no longer do you have to worry about putting Cloud of Daggers down, and it doesn't get used after the first turn. It is a full action to move it, but that's quite nice. You know, it's nice to be able to move it in the first place. Is Chaos Bolt still a thing? Good question, actually. Did Chaos Bolt come out in... I don't think so. Not in this book, at least. Color Spray is now available to bards. It got a big change. So Color Spray used to work in a similar way to Sleep. Sleep is the same kind of thing here. Now it's just a 15-foot cone. They make a con save, or they're blinded until the end of your next turn. So no more roll a number of d8s and, you know, go after health. Which is a little bit more boring. It's still very useful. A blinded condition for just a 15-foot cone is very useful. Very simple spell. Just not as exciting mechanically. Command, like I said yesterday, now available to bards, and the suggested words are the only words you can cast. You can't cast whatever you like. It's now those set list of words. But they're still very good. Like, you know, falling prone and all that kind of stuff. Drop. All those good ones. Commune with nature. Whereas it used to say, like, you can find out about powerful creatures in the area. It now says creatures with a CR of 10 or more. So that's good, because it just specifies for the DM. Compelled Duel. Used to allow them to try to leave the 30 feet range from you and make a wisdom save. Now it's just they can't go 30 feet, more than 30 feet away from you. Why, you got long hair now? Yeah, my hair comes down to my shoulders, man. That talks about from the places that apply conditions based on the damage roll making. No, Arcane Burst, I think that was called. No, a lot of people asked about that one. Comprehend languages and tongues both now include sign language. What's cool about that, not only is it a cool inclusive thing, right, for anyone that doesn't speak language or can't hear, it's also a really good spell to cast for if you want to do silent missions. You can now both do comprehend languages and have full conversations in sign language to each other from range without making any noise. That's a really... So it's an inclusive... It's there for inclusivity, but it's really cool for stealth missions. You know, just be like, okay, we don't have telepathy. Let's do... You know, like, that's awesome. Really fun. Compulsion no longer requires creatures to hear you. Cone of Cold is now available to druids. Conjure Animals is totally different. Concentration of 10 minutes instead of an hour. All of the Conjure ones are now 10 minutes instead of 1 hour. It's a large natural spirit in range. It gives you advantage on strength saves when you're 5 feet next to it. And you can move it when you move on your turn up to 30 feet. That's fun. When it's within 10 feet of a creature, you can force a dex save on that creature, or they take 3d10 slashing damage. No half damage, though, but it goes up by 1d10 when you upcast it. So, Conjure Animals is very strong. Really nice way of just doing burst damage. If they fail. And also, just to have the strength saves next to you is really good for getting rid of grapples. Conjure Barrage, as I said, force damage, 3d8 to 5d8. Conjure Celestial is now 10 minutes. Again, this is the one where you used to summon up a celestial being. It's now a big old cylinder. So you summon up a 10-foot radius, 40-foot high cylinder. Each creature inside rather heals for 4d12 spellcast plus your spellcast modifier, or makes a dex save for 6d12 radiant damage, half in a success. It's bright light. You can move it 30 feet whenever you move. It's part of the move me action. And once per turn to do it again. Upcast 1d12 each time. Really strong, though. Really nice. It's like an Omega Moonbeam. With a heal. Conjure Elemental, the standard one, not Minor Elementals. We've already gone over Minor Elementals earlier on. But Conjure Elemental is a large intangible spirit in 60 feet. You choose its element. And whenever a creature goes within 5 feet of it, they must make a dex saving throw. They get restrained, plus take 8d8 damage. It can only restrain one creature at a time, but at the start of each of its turns, it repeats the saving throw or takes 4d8 damage. And the damage goes up by 2d8 for upcasting. I wish it went up. I wish the upcasting almost allowed you to grapple more than one creature, though. That'd be fun. But that's very good. Conjure Fey, really fun. It's no longer available to Warlocks for some reason. The concentration is 10 minutes. Medium Spirit in an unoccupied space. It makes an attack immediately on a hit. Deals 3d 12 plus your spellcasting ability modifier. And they gain Frightened until the start of your next turn. Both you and the Spirit are the source of fear. Bonus action on later turns to TP it 30 feet and make the attack again. And the damage goes up by 2d12 per spell slot. So, good upcast damage. The source of fear thing, the fun bit there is if you have someone else cast this and you all stand nautically north, south, west, and east of the creature, you lock it in place. Because it can't willingly move towards any of you. Which is a really fun way to use that. So you have two of you doing that one. Yeah, fear cage essentially, right? That's really fun. But I do like to be able to like maneuver around it and block it off, go in different directions. Yeah, I'm surprised we didn't get Conjuration Wizard. I'd have liked that. Minor Elementals we've gone over. Conjure Volley we've gone over. Conjure Woodland Beings. It's a 10 for Emanation. When a creature ends or starts or ends its turn in it, they make a Wisdom save or take 5d8. I didn't put the damage down on a thing. I think slashing or piercing. You can use a bonus action to disengage inside of it as well. Upcast it to 1d8. So that's a nice way of getting around. With all your animals carrying you. Contact Other Plane took out all of its insanity mechanics. Now it just applies incapacitated. So, just to simplify it, I guess. Contagion got simplified big time as well. But it did get, I would argue, buffed in general use, nerfed in its OP-ness. Con save, not an attack roll. It's up front 11d8 necrotic damage on a failure. Poison condition and choose... I said penis. I realized I said penis. Right, okay. Poison condition and choose an ability to which they have disadvantage. Okay. Each turn they make a saving throw. If they fail 3 times, the poison lasts for 7 days. And if the target receives an effect to end poisoned, it makes a con save or it doesn't end. Yeah, so they have poisoned right away, but then 3 saves, they get it for 7 days. Yeah. So it took away a lot of the flavor, but it's simplified. And the upfront damage is nice. Continual Flame, available to wizards. Cordon of Arrows went up from 1d6 to 2d4 damage, so an increase there. Counterspell, totally different. I really want to homebrew and change up Counterspell. Make it a bit more fun, flavorsome. It's now a con save, and on a fail, the spell dissipates. It also wastes the spell, but their spell slot is not expended. So, if you get counterspelled with your Fireball, you no longer lose your Fireball spell slot. The spell doesn't go off. But the con save does mean no more contested check kind of thing, no more ability check roll. Doesn't work off of your expertise or jack of all trades, etc. Crusader's Mantle works on unarmed strikes, so that's quite... Whoa! Ex-Faceless Man with a 25 gifted sub drop, pushing us closer to 600 subs again. That's very... Damn, dude. That's extremely kind. I really do appreciate that. Thank you very much. Thank you very, very much. I really do appreciate it. Local Mall, thank you so much for the 26 months. Yeah, that's true, Minister. Thank you very much for that, dude. That's very, very kind, very generous of you. I really do genuinely appreciate that. Thank you. And in Local Mall, thanks so much for the 26 months. That's very sweet. Crusader's Mantle works on unarmed strikes now, so that's really good. If the monks and a paladin next to each other are going to have a lot of fun. Cure Wounds, obviously, it went up by 2d8, but it also levels up by 2d8 for every spell slot cast. So a level 3 Cure Wounds used to be 3d8 plus your spellcaster modifier, and that's 6d8 plus your spellcaster modifier. Much better. Much, much better. Dark Vision's fun, because Dark Vision went from 60 feet to 150 feet. So they realized they need to make this work across all characters. Demiplane's available to sorcerers. No longer can you trap creatures inside of it if they don't want to be trapped. Creatures trapped inside when it closes can opt to leave but fall out of it prone. So at least they get prone to help you out with that, but you can't just lock away a big evil guy in your demiplane and suffocate them. That's also true, man. It does make Silvery Barbs actually better for that. Detect Magic and Dispel Magic. Detect Magic is now available to Warlocks. Dispel Magic is now available to Rangers. Dissonant Whispers now requires you to see the creature. So a very slight nerf there. You can't use it on an invisible creature next to you. Divination now available to Druids and Wizards. Divine Favor is no longer concentration. That's very good. It's just straight up D4 of extra damage across the board. Really nice. Dominate Beast and Dominate Monster and Dominate Person can no longer take control and choose what actions that creature does. You still force them to do their reactions, though, but not their actions. So Warlocks could get Detect Magic via the an invocation, I think. I think that's what they've done here. It's just now in your spell list. Earthquake triggers a Dexterity saving throw. On a failure, they fall prone and lose concentration. So that's good, because it's a Dexterity way of losing concentration. Replaces Constitution saving throws. The GM no longer chooses if an additional effect happens. You just choose one that does. And structures that collapse on them, instead of doing 5d6 damage before, it now does 12d6. Divine Favor being better than Hunter's Mark with no concentration. Yeah. Yeah. Elemental Weapon, now available for Druids and Rangers. Enhanced ability. It's just simply completely altered. It's there for Rangers and Wizards now. You now just give advantage to one ability score's ability checks for the duration. So that's an interesting change. It's useful still. Enlarge Reduce, now available to Bards and Druids. Changing the size increases and decreases the target's unarmed strikes by 1d4 as well. So, Goliath Monk can now use its form to go large, use this to go huge, grapple gargantuan creatures, do its martial arts die plus the 1d4 to its unarmed strikes, and drag them with grappler feet as far back as they want without losing any movement speed. You can have them sprint up, grab the ancient dragon, just drag them straight to the group. You know? Monks live so happy, man. There's so many spells that interact really fun for monks. Ensnaring Strike is a bonus action after hitting. Entangle, now available to Rangers. Enthrall is now concentration. Creatures you're fighting automatically succeed, no longer disadvantage. But instead of just having disadvantage to perception checks, they get a -10 to perception checks and -10 to their passive perception. So that's an interesting one. You cast it before combat, but -10 is better than disadvantage. Really a flat way to just lock out someone's ability to see where you are. Which makes it good for like sneaking past them. Etherealness, you can no longer ignore objects that aren't on the ethereal plane. It's now also a conjuration spell. I like the idea now you can bash into stuff. Is Ensnaring Strike still concentration? Good question. I know you can cast it when you hit them. Yes, it is, for 1 minute. But you do take it after you hit them with a thing. So you're guaranteed for it to at least trigger the strength saving throw. Evard's Black Tentacles. Creatures can now only make a strength check to escape. No dexterity saving throw. Eye Bite. Sicken doesn't give disadvantage on attack rolls and ability checks. Just the poison condition. But they don't make a saving throw at the end of their turns to end it. That's quite nice. I will say conditions, though, get immunized far more often. False Life went up from 1d4 to 2d4 plus 4. Familiar. Find Familiar. You can see through its eyes as a bonus action, and it doesn't remove your senses now. That's nice. Find Steed is this unique stat block. We went over this. You no longer share spells with your mount, but you do share heals. Fire Shield, available to Druids and Sorcerers. Does the glass large form do extra damage? I don't think so. Maybe it does. No, just advantage on strength checks and speed up by 10. Fire Shield still non-concentration? Yeah, 10 minutes duration. Flame Blade is now available to Sorcerers. It adds your spellcasting ability modifier to the damage, which is nice. And upcasting it increases by 1d6 for each spell slot above, not every 2. Which is very nice. So, now... Now it's going to deal... so, say you cast with level 4 spell slot. Previously, going up 2 spell slots from 2 to 4 would knock it up by to 4d6. It's now going to be 5d6 at that point. And your spellcasting ability modifier is added to it. So that's really good. For sorcerers and druids now, going to have a lot of fun with that one. It's a good amount of damage. A Gish sorcerer. Can have fun. Also a good one for a bard to pick up with magical secrets. Flame strike, damage of both dice went up by 1, 4d6 to 5d6. And upcast increases both up instead of just one. Before you chose which one went up. So a big buff there. Flaming sphere is available to sorcerers. Flesh the stone is no longer available to warlocks. But it is available to druids and sorcerers. Freedom of movement can be upcast to target additional creatures. That's very useful, especially now with twinning. Twin spells now works that way where you twin cast them and it hits additional creatures. So that's good. That's a really good one to twin. Friends has a 10-foot range instead of self. Wisdom save instead of automatically goes through. The creature is charmed if they're a humanoid, and it earns early if you deal damage, etc. Gaseous form. Bludgeoning, piercing, and slashing resistance instead of non-magical. So anything that does magical versions of those. Gives you immunity to prone, which I was surprised it didn't do before. And upcast again, so good for a twin spell there. Gate is available to warlocks. Geese took out the bit that said it doesn't work on a creature that doesn't understand you, so it works on all creatures. Gentle Repose, now available to paladins. Giant Insect has a totally unique stat block. So Giant Insect now... unfortunately, you can't target every insect anymore, but it works like a summon spell. So now it's a spider, a wasp, or a centipede. And I really like the centipede. Again, if poison condition is not as brutally resisted, it's going to be really good. They all climb. But the wasp can also fly. They all have dark vision, etc. They all have climbing, spider climb. They have multi attack up to half the spell's level. They all have a poison jab, so they all do poison damage, which is 1d6 plus 3 plus the spell's level in piercing damage plus 1d4 poison damage. Actually, it's 1d6 plus 3 plus that and poison damage. Spider gets a ranged web bolt that actually deals damage 1d10 plus 3 plus the spell's level bludgeoning damage, and the speed is reduced to 0 until the start of the insect's next turn. Very useful. But the centipede has a con save, and if they fail it, they get the poison condition. So that's quite fun if you want to just keep spamming that one. That's every bonus action they can do that within 10 feet. Globe Invulnerability, upcasting spells now works to get through it, which it didn't previously. Glyph of Warding requires a wisdom perception to find it instead of an investigation. That's the perception checks being used more to see things. Grasping Vine we went over earlier. Grease. So Grease is now available to sorcerers, but it specifically mentions it's non-flammable. So you can no longer do the set fire to the grease anymore. However, what I would have done to fix this is just said if you upcast it, it becomes flammable and does 1d4 whilst you're in it, etc., you know? Greater Restoration is available to paladins and rangers. Guards and wards had its casting time up from 10 minutes to 1 hour, so that's an odd one. Guidance doesn't end when they use it. Instead, you choose a skill and they get a d4 to that skill for the minute. So if you're like, hey, I want to help you out with your persuasion checks, you give it to them and they can just keep adding 1d4 for the next minute. So that's going to help out there because people like to spam it. Gust of Wind available to rangers. Hail of Thorns triggered as a bonus action after hitting. Hallow. Resistances are bludgeoning, piercing, and slashing. Non-magical, not included anymore. Harm can only reduce the creature down to 1 HP. Can't kill them outright. Haste. Haste is an interesting one. So it used to be lethargy. Now it says it gives you incapacitated. So the reason I brought this up is because lethargy, there's no skill that could get around lethargy in the game, right? There's nothing that says you're immune to lethargy unless there's a special item. There might be effects that break incapacitated though, right? So I don't know any off the top of my head, but I'm sure there could be some. There might even be some magical items. So keep your eyes out for those because you might be able to get around the incapacitated of haste if there's some effect that gets around a incapacitated condition, you know? Heal works on undead and constructs. Healing word is 1d4 to 2d4, goes up by 2d4 each turn. Hellish Rebuke, you do need to see the target as well. This one I'm a little sad about. I think Hellish Rebuke should work against invisible targets because the idea is that you've been hit and your body is reacting and just going like, ah, like straight back to them. I feel like this is almost your patron slapping them back for you. Hero's Feast got a significant nerf. It only resists poison damage now and no longer gives advantage to wisdom saving throws. So the reason I'm a little sad about this is because dragons were built in usually with a big old fear effect. It still uses the full consumption. Still additional HP. Yeah, that still happens. Yeah. But I think the best bit about it was the advantage on wisdom saving throws for me. Because for me, it was a big case of it was, I'm casting this before a dragon battle. And you're going in there with some more stalwart, like, heroism. You know, I shouldn't say that because that's already a spell. But, like, you feel more heroic going in there. So that feels like it's a weird one to nerf. I mean, you already spend the massive gold jump. Yeah, maybe the dragons don't have fear aura still. Heroism got a buff. Targets no longer lose the temporary HP they gain from the spell when it drops. So that's quite nice. So you could actually just use that as a way to give everyone temp HP. Hold Monster now works on Undead. That's good. That's a big buff technically. Good for like a Strahd campaign. Hunger of Hadar can be upcasted and one of the types of damage goes up by 1d6. People said you can see through it now. I don't know if that's true. Yes, I'm mad happens. Yeah. I mean, it feels like a last meals group before Something Bad happens. Yeah, so I feel like Wisdom saving throw is quite nice. It's just a means of, like, you know, have courage. Hunter's Mark is now force damage. Ice Storm has gone up to 2d10 from 2d8. Imprisonment. Target's only immune for 24 hours. I believe Force Cage is concentration now, by the way. I missed that one. Let me check it. Yes. Incendiary Cloud, now available to druids. Inflict Wounds is a con save, not an attack roll, and it does 2d10 instead of 3d10 damage. Someone did rightly point out, though, that they do take half damage on a success. And the components consumed, damn. Big nerf that. It needed it. Force Cage was pretty crazy. Jump. Now it specifies jump 30 feet by spending 10 feet of movement. It's so much cleaner. Upcast to target additional creatures. So this jump really now, if I look at the actual wording, you touch a willing creature once on each of its turns, and it's a bonus action to cast. The creature can jump up to 30 feet by spending 10 feet of movement. And you can target one additional creature for each spell slot above one. Again, a good one to twin spell with the new twin spell stuff. So what's good about this is it used to be really awkward in the way that it used your movement speed. Now you could run 20 feet, expend 10 feet, and get a 30-foot jump. So you can really extend your movement speed by 20 feet by using this. That's really good, right? I think that's the case, right? Am I wrong in that? Or does it still just mean instead of just you can now jump higher? But is that the case? I think that's the case, right? I hope that's the case. Extended movement proxy. That's what I'm hoping it is as well. Because the old version, you still had to use your spellcasting, so your movement speed, and it's very awkward if you only had 30. Legend lore. This is fun. This is a bit of flavor they added, which I'm glad that they did. If the famous thing you chose isn't famous, you hear sad musical notes played on a trombone and the spell fails. You don't get the slot back. You just get mocked. Yeah, run 20, jump, go forward 50. Go forward 30, but 50 total, yeah. That's really good, right? Because it wasn't the old jump that... if I look at jump 5e before... The old jump spell said... You touch a creature, their jump distance is tripled until the spell ends. It still used your movement speed. Right? So you could jump higher and further, but still only within the parameters of your movement speed. So it was better on higher movement characters. Now you're just going to get better use out of it. Yeah, but you still have movement. So that's really, really buffed. I think the new jump spell is a great one to pick up now. Really, really good. Super fun. Lesser Restoration, now bonus action, which is really good. Light can no longer target a hostile creature to light them up. I've never actually seen people do it this way, but that's a shame to see that go. Lightning arrow after hitting a target or missing. I know. I really want them to do more stuff like that, Mem. That's stuff that I think is missing from this book. So many good changes in this book, and I just think more flavor would be nice. Magic weapon now available to sorcerers and rangers, and I missed out the portion that it is no longer concentration, right? Yeah. Magic weapon's great. Yeah, it's a good warlock pick, actually, the jump one. In fact, maybe that's the invocation I should take on Victor, just leaping around. So, yeah, if you just want a +1 to your attack rolls and whatnot, it's great. And if you spend a level 6 slot, it's a +3, but level 3 slot to get a +2 is pretty tasty. You get a +2 on magic weapon earlier too, if I remember correctly. It's 3 to 5, yeah. 3 to 5. What was it before? Fourth level, yeah. So at level 5, you're going to be able to give a +2 to your allies. That's really nice. Do you know what that's really good on? Let me check here for a second. No. I was going to say it's really good on Eldritch Knight. They don't get a second level spell slot until level 7. Really, you're relying on your friends to give you this. Nice on a Warlock, though. Go back to the blade. Where were we? Major Image can now be upcasted to... So this is really good. So Major Image used to say that if you upcast it to level 6 from level 3... you don't have to have concentration on anymore. Now, if you upcast it to 4, you can avoid concentration. So far earlier. Really, really nice. You can do a lot of fun with that. Mass Cure Wounds is 5d8 instead of 3d8. Mass Heal removes poisoned. Mass Healing Word, available to bards. Gone up from 2d4 from 1d4. Suggestion and Mass Suggestion, no longer available for Warlocks as Mass Suggestion, but it now changes from like a sentence to 25 words. Someone also brought up that it says the thing that you suggest must be achievable now, instead of before where it said must be... Let me see. It used to say ba-ba-biddy-boo-biddy-boo. Where is it? It sounded reasonable. Now it said it sound achievable. So, yeah, man, that sounds reasonable. So, that's technically a buff. It still won't be able to go and harm itself, right? But the argument over what's reasonable, DM might be like, oh, it's not reasonable for it to go and steal its friend's stuff. Now it can do that, so it will do that, you know? Within reason, I imagine. This is probably going to open up more questions for the DM, though, in general. Well, couldn't it achieve, you know, getting completely naked and putting itself in a prison? I saw that example. Technically. Very reasonable to begin with. Yeah, wasn't that the whole selling a horse? Yeah. Maze, Minotaurs, and Garistos don't automatically succeed. I was saying this, that hopefully in the monster manual that they specify that they can, you know, like in individual creatures instead of the book. Maybe that's the way they'll do it. Meld into stone. Damage to you altered to force from bludgeoning. Message now available for druids. Mind Spike's range has gone from 60 to 120 feet. Hold on. Got a message from Sam.
Now hope is gone, or so it seems.
Look at, I can't see what it's. I'll tell you what it's about. It's about a little like cute thing he's doing, but it's just funny.
Newcomers place
Mind spike range increased from 60 feet to 120 feet. Mirror image. Now I misread this one. I thought it was a D6 on each of them, and I was corrected, and it's so much better. It used to be a D20 on a 6 or higher, it would get hit, 8 or higher, get hit, 11 or higher, get hit, AC, blah, blah. Someone did math in one of the comments as well. It's now, when you have 3 up, you roll a D6 for each one you have. So 3D6 to begin with when one gets hit, then you roll 2D6, then you roll 1D6 for each one you lose. So the 3D6 has a much higher chance of getting a 3 or above. So that's really good. I like that change a lot now. Mirror image is even cooler. Yeah, you corrected me. And then someone else did like all the math working out. Okay. Mislead is now available to Warlocks. Moonbeam still reverts shape changes, but no longer has advantage over them. Specifies once per turn. So it's a shame that's technically enough to shape changes. I discussed this in one of my comments that someone said, well, Moonbeam now triggers way more often. I don't think so. It says they only do the saving throw once per turn. So I still think, I mean, you can push them on your turn, but they're not going to take the damage by going in there, you put it on them, etc. You can push them back and forth on your turn. Mordenkainen's Faithful Hound is got some big boosts. It's no longer piercing damage, it's force damage. It can be moved 30 feet as an action on later turns. Bear in mind this one lasts for 8 hours. That's very good. Everyone can push them on their own turns. Yeah. That's where the, like it was before, but they can't. You can't put the Moonbeam on them, move the Moonbeam back and forth on them to do damage on your turn, or like, you know, etc. Mordenkainen's Sword is a range of 90 feet. The damage went up from 3d10 to 4d12, plus your spellcasting modifier, so that's good. Otterluke's Freezing Sphere is available to sorcerers. Now specifies the creatures trapped in ice are restrained. Otto's Irresistible Dance got a nerf, and it probably deserved it. This was a must pick for a lot of people because it was a no save, like stunning kind of effect, right? Now it's a case of they make a wisdom save. On failure, it works the same way, but if on a success, they dance until the end of their next turn, only losing movement. So it's technically a nerf, but at least they kept in the succeed part, similar to what they did with Stunning Strike. Irresistible, though. Yeah, well, at least they are technically dancing. Just at the very least, it works until the end of their next turn. So it's still good. Phantasmal Force works on constructs and undead. It's 2d8 from 1d6 damage. That's very good. One sec. Hold on. Okay, so I had to respond to a message. Okay. Phantasmal Killer. Bards can now cast it. Does 4d10 psychic damage on the first failure. Doesn't apply frighten, but instead disadvantage on ability checks and attack rolls for the duration. Planar Binding. Available to Warlocks. Plane Shift. No longer can be used to do any banishment effect. Poison Spray is no longer a con save. Now it's a ranged spell attack to do this poison damage. I think that's really good. In a humanoid heavy campaign where a lot of people won't be resistant to poison, that makes this a really good spell attack. It's 1d12. That's the highest damage you can roll on a cantrip for a basic one. It's really good. Oh, that does sound fun, Levio. That sounds really good. Polymorph. 10 HP instead of the beast HP. It works on shape changes now. Power Word Heal. Range from touch to 60 feet. Also cures poison. Power Word Kill. If they have more than 100 HP, they take 12d12 psychic damage. Very strong. Because that can just kill them anyway. Power Word Stun. If the target has more than 150 instead of no effect, it now reduces its speed to 0 until the start of your next turn. So that at least gets an effect off. Prayer of Healing. Available to Paladins. 2d8 healing flat, and it gives you the benefits of a short rest. Amazing across the board for so many classes. This feels like a must-heal spell. However, it's now up to 5, not 6 creatures. And I don't know why. What is your choice if you get level 18 in Sorcerer? What do you mean? Choice of what, sorry? As in of the subclasses? Oh, Wild Magic Sorcerer. Rather the one that gives you resistance to all damage for 1 minute, or the one that lets you cast spells as a bonus action for 1 minute. That's great too. Those two are really good. Where are we? Prismatic Spray, available to Bard, so it's Prismatic Wall. All damage for a Prismatic Spray went up from 12d6 to 10d6. So from 10d6 to 12d6. Prismatic Wall, it has an AC of 10 now, it says. All elemental damage deals 12d6 instead of 10d6 again. Is it can cast as a bonus action? I thought it was must. Oh, good question. It reads as, all spells with a casting time of an action have a casting time of a bonus action. Yeah, but that's very good. It basically means, oh, I see what you mean. But you can use your action to do loads of stuff like dodge, disengage, dash. A load of fun with that. No, I wouldn't say that's your spells, Rock. I would say that's your, maybe, no, it depends how the wording on the magic item is in particular. Produce Flame as a bonus action instead of an action. It gives you Bright Light and Dim Light up to 20 from 10. And its range went up to 60 feet from 30. Vampiric Touch and Flame Blade have action effects. So it'd be good with those, yeah. Yeah, that'd be good for those. And then just cantrip blasting on your second one. Protection from Evil and Good, now available to Druids. Rare's Telepathic Bond, available to Bards. Intelligence doesn't matter anymore, but creatures that can't communicate can't be affected. Ray of Enfeeblement's a lot stronger. It's a con save, doesn't require a range attack roll, so that's a nerf. But if they succeed, the creature's disadvantage on its next attack roll before your next turn. Right? So you get a little of an effect even if they succeed. But if they fail, they have disadvantage on all d20 tests for strength and subtracts 1d8 from all of its damage rolls. No, produce flames to attacks. Very good. That's really nice. Really, really good. Because that's going to stop them from... You're going to be able to grapple them easier. The damage roll could roll higher. It's really, really fun. Rare Sickness, so much better. Automatically applies poisoned, no save required. Regenerate. Having the severed pieces... this one's upsetting to me. Regenerate... Does it affect strength saving throws? Yes. Yeah. Any strength check. Regenerate used to have a little caveat in there where if you'd lost a limb and you put the limb next to where it was cut off, it would not up instantly. And I thought that was such unique flavor for the very few times that comes up. And they got rid of it. And I'm like, oh, man, why? That'd been such a cool thing to be able to just to produce, right? Is this idea that you can... someone chops off your arm in combat, you pick it up. Do you have a better understanding of how that does the new action economy work? With the new actions, magic utilizes, etc. Is it still only one type of action? Can it be any of those? Yeah, it's just that's just to clean up the wording. It's still one action on your turn. Yeah, magic actions, utilize action, they all take the same action. It's just to specify, I think. Resistance. Now it's changed entirely. You choose acid, bludgeoning, cold, fire, lightning, necrotic, piercing, poison, radiant, or slashing, or thunder. And when you take damage by it, you reduce it by 1d4 once per turn. That's okay. Not as good as Blade Ward. The problem I have with this one is you can't upcast it. I feel like this in Blade Ward could have been upcast in a fun way. Even if it was just like +1 per thing. Or like, sorry, as in like it can't, not upcast. It doesn't improve. You know? And I think it would have been nice as an improvement of maybe it becomes 1d6 later, then 1d8, then 2d4. You know, that'd be quite fun. Blade Ward versus Shield, which is better? You can have both now. Blade Ward is probably a bit better in terms of like, it doesn't cost anything, but I mean, Shield's only a one cost. So Shield's better. Still Wind Strike, still level 5. Revivify is available for druids and rangers. Rangers is a good choice there. Rope Trick can be any length of rope now, and the rope can reach the ceiling. It used to say like when it drops down to the ground. Sacred Flame used to say all cover. Now it specifies half and 3/4. So, slight nerf there, but it doesn't come up that often. Searing Smite is a bonus action after hitting, and you no longer can put out the fire with an action or by another creature. They now have to just succeed in the saving throw. That's really nice to consistently keep it up. It's also no longer a concentration spell, so they have to make the saving throw. Sending, really fun bit of flavor here. Yeah, you can also, yeah, why not both, exactly. Yeah. Creature can block you up for 8 hours after receiving the message. And if you send it again, you learn you're blocked. That's really fun. Eldritch Knight nerf, new leveled spell casting rule prevents them from action surge casting. Oh, because you can't cast more than one leveled spell on a turn? Oof. Yeah, that's true. That's an unfortunate bit there. Imagine if they could do a field sending all the time. Yeah, right? You still cantrip, that's true. I mean, they got buffed in so many other ways, though, right? Any of the schools you can pick between and stuff. Shape Change, you can use... no longer has the bit where you can't use legendary actions and layer actions. Meaning, if you Shape Change into a red dragon in their chamber, can you use their layer actions? I don't know. If you call it your layer, what defines a layer? You know? You know, if you suddenly just say, this is my layer, can you now control it? I don't know. Maybe they'll have that in the DMG that rules against that. Maybe there'll be a caveat in there that says legendary actions and layer actions can never be used by players. But if it doesn't, hey, temp HP into the new form HP. Yeah, Grizzle check to win their layer. Equipment can drop to the floor or merge, but it doesn't specify if the equipment can be used, merge, blah, blah. Shatter now specifies construct instead of specific material-based creatures. Warlocks can no longer cast Shatter for some reason. I guess it comes out of their invocations. Shillelagh. Instead of the weapon dealing magic damage, you can choose Force from the original. Can be upcasted to get the weapon to a D10, D12, or 2D6. So that's pretty nice. Nice little burst of damage there. Shining Smite was previously... this was the previous Branding Smite one, not smearing. Bonus action after you hit, they shed bright light, not dim, and attacks against them have advantage. Shocking Grasp got nerfed in a bit of a weird way. It no longer has advantage against creatures wearing armor made of metal, which is a bit of a shame. Simulacrum duplicates you at the time of casting, for whatever that means. Does that mean at the start of casting, at the end of casting? Does it get the spell slot you use to cast that spell? I don't know. But it can't cast Simulacrum. However, it can if you have the wish spell, it can do that. You can't take short or long rests. But if you were able to restore your spell slots elsewhere, maybe you can do it by that. Sleep. Range reduced to 60 feet. It's a 5-foot radius sphere instead of a 20-foot point. However, instead of rolling 5d8 now, and they make a wisdom save or fall incapacitated, 5d8 now to see from the lowest health. It's now a wisdom save, or they fall incapacitated. Glad it's not a constitution saving throw. And then they repeat their save at the end of their next turn and fall unconscious for the duration of the spell. So, probably stronger overall, but it doesn't need an upcast now, etc. Sleet Storm, smaller radius, but they separate the saves. So before, it used to be a dexterity saving throw or you fall prone, and a constitution saving throw or you lose concentration. Now, if they fall prone, they lose concentration. So this is a great way of getting around constitution saving throws to get around concentration spells. I wish upcast and sleep increased the radius, I agree. An upcast on it feels a miss. So that's really nice. Slow, now available to bards. Instead of spells that take one action, it's now... So there's one bit on slow where they have to roll a dice if they want to try and take a spell that takes one action. Now it says spells with somatic components and only... it only works on spells with somatic components, and they fail only on a 1 of a 1d4, so technically enough. Spare the Dying. Now available to druids, got a good buff. Has a range of 15 feet. Increases to 30, 60, then 120. Speak with Animals, available to warlocks. Speak with Dead, available to wizards. Spider Climb can be upcast to target an additional creature. Again, another good choice for Twinned. Spike Growth can use Perception or Survival, not just Perception to see the spike. So, slight technical nerf there for anyone using it, but not really that often comes up. Spirit Guardians, when specifying which creatures are unaffected, you no longer need to see them. In case you're blinded. Or they're invisible. Spiritual Weapon is now concentration, but the damage goes up by 1d8 for every slot instead of every 2 slots. It's a strange one there, but... you know. Staggering Smite is a bonus action after hitting. The target gains the stun condition instead of the previous effects. So if it's immune to stun, this no longer works. And can be upcasted for 1d6 extra damage per. Again, I don't think upcasting is very strong for these. We need to get to the end of the spells, and then we'll look at the last couple of things. Stinking Cloud now gets dispersed immediately after a wind spell, and it gives the poison condition and takes away the target's bonus action and their action. So a little bit of a buff on that last portion. Stone Skin no longer specifies non-magical, it's just bludgeoning, piercing, and slashing. Storm of Vengeance had its radiance reduced from 360 to 300. Oh no. Rounds are changed to turns. Turn 2 up from 1d6 to 4d6. Turn 5 or more no longer can be dispersed by wind, and doesn't mention any concentration on spells being affected. Spiritual Weapons move speed would be nice. To match your own, maybe. Especially with concentration. Suggestion. Instead of a sentence or two, it specifies 25 words, as we said before. Summon Aberration. Mechanically the same, but the Star Sworn is now a Mind Flayer. This is probably because more people know what a Mind Flayer is, thanks to stuff like Stranger Things and BG3. So that's quite fun, though, thematically having a little Mind Flayer running around with you. I know Star Spawn are very cool. You can always just thematically ask your DM to change it to that, but it's cool having a Mind Flayer with you. Summon Celestial. Oh, I got the range wrong yesterday. No, listen to this. So Summon Celestial used to have a bow that does like X range up to 600 feet. But the 600 feet was at a disadvantage because it was their long range. Now, the Radiant Bow on a Summon Celestial is a permanent range of 600 feet. They don't roll disadvantage. So you could if you're fighting out in the open, just have this summoned outside of the battlefield. And just have it pumping in, arrows just coming out of off field. Away from the battlefield entirely. Because it's going to take them ages to get over there. Summon Construct, Berserk Lashing, no longer random. Only targets the triggering creature. You used to be able to hit your friends. Summon Draconic Spirit has been changed to Summon Dragon. It no longer gives it to Sorcerers and Druids. Outside of the Sorcerers, they get it for Draconic Sorcerer Druid. You no longer specify the type of dragon. And you can't pick the gem resistances. So now it's just elemental resistances. The gem resistances were really good. Like Necrotic, Psychic, Radiant, all that stuff. Summon Elemental. Used to have Earth, Air, and Water all do bludgeoning. Now just Earth does bludgeoning. Air does lightning. Water does cold. So that's a good change. Summon Fey. The short sword is changed to a Fey Blade. Previously, it did 1d6 piercing, 1d6 force. Now it's just 2d6 force. But their Trixie mechanic, which used to put down a 5-foot magical darkness on a bonus action, I think it is, now puts 10-foot magical darkness. This works really well if you are a warlock who has see-through darkness as an ability or anything like that. Summon Fiend. Whole Flame changed to Fiery Strike, because now it can do a melee attack, not just a ranged attack, but it no longer catches things alight. We went through a Summon Undead earlier. Sunbeam and Sunburst are both available to clerics. However, Sunbeam, Undead and Oozes no longer have disadvantage, so a nerf there. And some flavor nerf too. Symbol is available to druids. The investigation check is changed to Wisdom Perception check. The hopelessness and insanity mechanics of it are gone as well. Shame. Synaptic Static can work on creatures of all intelligence now. Tasha's Hideous Laughter, available to warlocks, works on creatures below 4 intelligence, and good for twin spelling, because it can be upcast to target additional creatures. So that's a really good one to twin spell. Telekinesis can now make a strength saving throw instead of a contest. Object specifies huge or smaller instead of a weight limit, so that's quite nice. They can weigh more than just 1 ton now. Or 1,000 tons was it before? I don't remember. Telepathy works on creatures with under 1 intelligence. Does anyone know a creature that has under 1 intelligence? But it would work on them. I don't know how much you'd be able to communicate with them. Teleport has a really cool little system for when you get off target. It's now roll 2d12 miles and then 1d8 to determine the nautical direction. Me, my ex-husband, nice. Teleportation circle available for warlocks. Thaumaturgy. Thaumaturgy actually has a built-in mechanic that people usually did before, which is Boom and Voice gives you advantage on charisma and intimidation checks for 1 minute. That's quite nice. Thunderous Smite. Bonus action after hitting, upcast 1d6. True Polymorph. Now works on creatures with 0 HP that aren't dead and works on shape changes. You get the temp HP instead of the HP of the creature. I wonder if that works. I think you keep the... Actually, if you stay in that form, do you then revert over? Huh. Wait a minute. Is that buff technically? Because if you gain a number of temporary hit points equal to the hit points of the new form, and they would usually end when the spell ends, but you transfer over, but you get stuck in that form. Wait, can you get stuck in the form anymore? I don't think. Oh yeah, if you can maintain concentration for the full duration, the spell lasts through the spell. That's technically a buff. So if you were to turn someone in to a dragon, let's say a white dragon, right? Because it has to be under your ancient white dragon. Previously, yes, because that's equal to level 20. So you turn a creature into an ancient white dragon. Previously, they'd get 333 health. But if they're a level 20 character with a good 200 health, I think they get both now. But I think if they lose the 333 extra, they keep the 200, but that doesn't go back up. Let me read the spell again to you, because beforehand, True Polymorph, right, it lasts until dispelled, right? Choose one creature or non-magical object that you can see within range. The creature shapeshifts into a different creature or non-magical object, or the object shapeshifts into a creature. Transformation lasts for the duration until the target dies or is destroyed, but if you maintain concentration on the spell for the duration of the hour, the spell lasts until dispelled. Forever. An unwilling creature can make a wisdom saving throw, and if it succeeds, it isn't affected by the spell. If you turn a creature into another kind of creature, the new form can be any kind you choose that has a challenge rating equal to or less than the target's challenge rating or level. The target's game statistics are replaced by the stat block of the new form, but it retains its hit points, hit point dice, alignment, and personality. The target gains a number of temporary hit points equal to the hit points of the new form. The spell ends early on the new target if it has no temporary hit points left. So, and then obviously all the other stuff. So that means if you, say you've got 200 health, right? And you transform into an ancient white dragon beforehand, you would transfer over to 333 health. And that would be HP that you can heal, and you can just stick as, right? Short rest, you could heal it, all that good stuff. And until someone dispels it, you just keep that health as yours. Now, if you have 200 HP base, you get 333 added on. So you become 533 HP, with 333 of that being temporary HP. If you manage to keep that temporary HP for the entire hour, you would have 200 health plus 333 temporary HP until it's dispelled. So you wouldn't ever be able to heal those 333 health points back whilst you are permanently now a dragon, but you would have them still on top. That's very weird and awkward, but I guess that's how it would work. Alright. You go away on a long rest. I don't think so. No. It only says the spell ends early if the temporary HP go. Is there a caveat rule that like temporary HP always goes away on a long rest though, maybe? I don't know. That's really a little bit more awkward now. Okay. True Strike is entirely different. It's now an attack you make that uses your spellcasting ability for attack and damage rolls. It deals radiant damage, all the weapons damage, and it does extra damage as you go up levels. At level 5, it does 1d6. At level 11, it does 2d6. At level 17, it does 3d6. So, True Strike's pretty useful as a little mini smite. Tsunami. Good for Eldritch Knights. Tsunami, instead of sight, it's now 1 mile. Vampiric Touch is available to sorcerers. Vicious Mockery has gone up from 1d4 to 1d6. Wall of Ice now says it's immune to cold, poison, and psychic, which is funny. Wall of Stone is immune to poison and psychic. Warding Bond available to paladins. Water Walk. It removed the whole idea of targeting submerging creatures and have them shoot upwards. That's gone. Now it's just a bonus action to enter and exit the surface. It's a bit sad. That had some fun use. Weird is available to Warlocks. It now has a 10d10 psychic damage up front, and the other psychic damage it does increased from 4d10 to 5d10. Cool. Windwall, immunity to prone. Resistance to damage from non-magical weapons changed to bludgeoning, piercing, slashing. Windwall, gone up from 3d8 to 4d8. And Wish has that new example we went through earlier on, I guess. Witch Bolt, I already went through as well. Wrathful Smite, bonus attack after hitting a creature as well. Necrotic instead of Psychic, which is a nerf technically. Creatures making the saving throw at the end of each of their turns instead of making action to make it, and can be upcast for 1d6. And finally, Word of Recall no longer needs to be your temple. A temple to your deity. So you can recall to any temple, which is a fun bit of flavor for DMs to work with. Any new items? Items would only come up in the DMG, which is, 1, not had its embargo released, and 2, I haven't had access to. Hopefully when I speak to wizards today, I can talk to them about that as well and be like, look, hey, look, I know there was confusion here and we messed up here, but can I get access to the other books? I'll make good content. The other things to go through just quickly are the new spells. I went through Sorcerer's Burst yesterday, but that's a nice exploding a cantrip spell. That's really cool. Power Word Fortify is 120 temporary HP, given out to up to a group of people that your friends and allies. I'll actually just look these up at the same time, read them out. Power Word Fortify, you fortify up to 6 creatures you can see within range of 60 feet, and you bestow 120 temporary hit points, which you divide among them. So you can just give that all to one person. Really, really good. Sorcerer's Burst, I said this yesterday, so I'll just quickly do it here for the sake of the VOD. You cast Sorcerer's Energy at one creature or object within range. Make a ranged attack roll against the target. On a hit, they take 1d8 damage of a type you choose. Acid, Cold, Fire, Lightning, Poison, Psychic, or Thunder. If you roll an 8 on a d8 for this spell, you can roll another d8 and add it to the damage. When you cast this spell, the maximum number of d8s you can add is up to your spellcasting ability modifier, and the damage goes up by 1d8 at 5, 11, 17. It's amazing. Really, really fun. boost that often, but even just 1d8 damage is pretty good. You know, as opposed to Firebolt 1d10, which you'd previously doing before. This is a bit more fun. Arcane Vigor is really good for a heal. Arcane Vigor reads as a second level abjuration spell for sorcerers and wizards. This is good if you're an abjurer as well. Bonus action self, instantaneous focal somatic. You tap into your life force to heal yourself. Roll 1 or 2 of your unexpended hit dice and regain a number of hit points equal to the roll's total plus your spellcasting ability modifier. Those dice are then expended. Using a higher level spell slot, the number of unexpended hit dice you can roll increases 1 for each spell slot above 2. Really nice little heal for wizards and sorcerers. Yo, Kiwo! What up? Thank you so much for the raid. I appreciate that. That's very kind. Thank you, buddy. Welcome in, everyone from Kiwos. Great little shout out for Kiwo. We're playing some Baldur's Gate. Are you doing like what are you doing? Let me click on your stream, actually. I want to see. What's she doing, chat? Welcome in, everyone. We're doing a kind of an overview of the new Player's Handbook. I got access to it. The embargo lifted, and I'm just answering questions about the new content. It's a lot of fun. Magic the Gathering Arena. Ooh. So I'm going through the spells now, the new spells. So early Act 1. Nice. Is it her first time? Jalorzi. For anyone coming in, by the way, I am putting this up on YouTube, so just be pre-warned. Jalorzi's Storm of Radiance is a new spell for warlocks and wizards. It's level 5. It's an action to cast it. 120 feet, vocal somatic material, pinch of phosphorus. Concentration up to 1 minute. You unleash a storm of flashing light and raging thunder in a 10-foot radius, 40-foot high cylinder, centered on a point you can choose within range. In the area, creatures have the blinded and deafened conditions, and they can't cast spells with a verbal component. When the storm appears, each creature in it makes a con save, taking 2d10 radiant and 2d10 thunder on a failed save or half as much on a success. A creature also makes this save when they enter the spell's area for the first time on a turn or ends its turn there. A creature makes the save only once per turn. The radiant and thunder damage increased by 1d10 for each spell slot above 5. Go to early Act 2 before. Nice. Yeah. So she's got plenty of game to play. This is really good for the damage increase, I suppose, because it's technically a 2d10 going up by. But overall, it's my least favorite one on here, probably, actually, thinking about it. We have Elementalism. There's a new spell. This one's pretty cool. It's a cantrip. It's like Prestidigitation. Druid, Sorcerer, and Wizards can get it. Prestidigitation. Did I say it right? Shut up. Action, 30 feet, vocal, somatic, instantaneous. You exert control over the elements, creating one of the following effects within range. Beckon air. You create a breeze strong enough to ripple clothes, stir dust, rustle leaves, and close open doors and shutters, all in a 5-foot cube. Doors and shutters being held open by someone or something aren't affected, similar to thaumaturgy. Beckon earth. You create a thin shroud of dust or sand that covers surfaces in a 5-foot square area, or you cause a single word to appear in your handwriting in a patch of dirt or sand. Beckon fire. You create a thin cloud of harmless embers and colored scented smoke in a 5-foot cube. You choose the color and scent, and the embers can light candles, torches, or lamps in the area. The smoke scent lingers for 1 minute. Beckon water. You create a spray of cool mist that lightly dampens creatures and objects in a 5-foot cube. Alternatively, you create 1 cup of clean water, either in an open container on a surface, and the water evaporates in 1 minute. I wonder if you drink that, do you keep the effects of it if it evaporates? Scope Elemental. You cause dirt, sand, fire, smoke, mist, or water that can fill in a 1-foot cube to assume a crude shape, such as that of a creature for 1 hour. So that's quite cute. Fount of Moonlight is a new spell as well. This one is a level 4 evocation spells for bards and druids. Very good for valor bards and also moon druids especially. Action to cast, self, vocal, somatic, concentration up to 10 minutes. A cool light wreaths your body for the duration. 20-foot radius of bright light, 20-foot radius of dim. Until the spell ends, you have resistance to radiant damage, and your melee attacks deal an extra 2d6 radiant damage on a hit. Really nice. In addition, immediately after you take damage from a creature you can see within 60 feet of yourself, you can take a reaction to force the creature to make a con save, or they get the blinded condition until the end of your next turn. Long-lasting blinding condition, 2d6 damage on every one of your hits, resistance to radiant damage, and you're emitting bright light. Really, really good spell for druids, especially Moon Druid. Starry Wisp, another good one here. Bard and Druid, action, 60 feet, vocal somatic, instantaneous. You launch a mote of light at one creature or object within range. Make a ranged spell attack against the target. On a hit, the target takes 1d8 radiant damage until the end of your next turn, emits dim light in a 10-foot radius, and can't benefit from the invisible condition. The damage increases by 1d8 at level 5, 11, and 17. And then, what other ones have I missed out on? I think just the last two, yeah. The Yolande's is very good. This is a really fun one. Really, really thematic. Yolande. It's Bard and Wizard, action, self, vocal somatic material, a miniature tiara. Its concentration's up to 1 minute. You surround yourself with unearthly majesty in a 10-foot emanation. Whenever the emanation enters the space of a creature you can see, and whenever a creature you can see enters the emanation, or ends its turn there, you can force that creature to make a wisdom saving throw. They only make this once per turn. On a failed save, they take 46 psychic damage and get proned. And you can push it up to 10 feet away. On a successful save, the target takes half as much damage only. Really fun thematically to like force someone to go down on their knees. If you can look at their movement speed in another way, really good. But the best one, the best spell in here, I've seen some people say, yeah, it's not bad, but I think it's amazing, is Tush's Bubbling Cauldron. This new spell is for Warlock and Wizard at level 6. Level 6 spell. Action, 5 feet, vocal somatic material, a gilded ladle worth 500 gold, which doesn't get consumed, by the way. 10 minutes it lasts. You conjure a claw-footed cauldron filled with bubbling liquid. The cauldron appears in an unoccupied space on the ground within 5 feet of you and lasts for the duration. The cauldron can't be moved and disappears when the spell ends, along with the bubbling inside it. The liquid in the cauldron duplicates the properties of a common or uncommon potion of your choice, such as a potion of healing. As a bonus action, you or an ally can reach into the cauldron and withdraw one potion of that kind. The potion is contained in a vial that disappears when the potion is consumed. The cauldron can produce a number of these potions equal to your spellcasting ability modifier. So if you have a +5. When the last of these potions is withdrawn from the cauldron disappears and the spell ends. Now you're thinking, okay, it only lasts for the 10 minutes though. Potions obtained from the cauldron that aren't consumed disappear when you cast this spell again. So it's only potions that aren't consumed disappear when you cast it again, right? Meaning the potion lasts until you cast the spell again or you consume them. Am I right in this? I think I'm right in this. It's level 6. So why is that good? Well, it's good because if you know that you've got... If your DM says you've got a day and a half to get somewhere and there's no attack and no fights on the way, just swap this in out as a wizard and cast it. Alchemist Artifice 100%. Give it to them. Yeah. Cast it. And then take it away and swap it out with a different spell. Prepare a different spell. Because this, you don't need to have this up to have them work. You basically, unlimited basic potions of increments of 5. Exactly. So, if you have 2 people in your party, you can have 10 spells doing this. On your off days, just make spells. So make potions, sorry. You get 10 potions doing this. Just make the potions on your off hours. That's the best time to use this. Is you just prepare it for the days that you're not, the days of travel or the days at camp. And then swap it out for your next long rest. Really, really good. Okay. That's all the new spells. We'll quickly, briefly go over species and then crafting. And then I'll take any last questions before we finish up. Species, for those who are curious. Rest cast before a long rest. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Yeah. Really, really cool. Yeah, it's a great prep spell. Create Undead kind of remain the same, as far as I'm aware. Which is surprising. I thought they changed that one up. So the species, let's go over them fairly quickly. You have yourself... wait, where are they? I think they're after the classes, right? Let's see. Yeah, got them. So, what's your favorite one? Actually, maybe the Dragonborn. I really want to play one. So you have the ASMR to begin with. This is the same version as the Monsters of the Multiverse one, where you can choose between Heavenly Wings, Inner Radiance, and Necrotic Shroud when you do that, but it only does proficiency bonus in damage. After level 3, that is. Light Cantrip, Resistance to Radiant and Necrotic, Dark Vision, 60 feet, strong. And you can get the little mini heal. That's cool, but that's just Mordenkainen's one. Dragonborn is really strong. So... you gain a resistance based on the dragon type you chose. So let's say you go for the standard red. You get resistance to fire damage. Your breath weapon, which you can take as an attack action on your turns, you can mix it in with your multi-attacks. You can replace one of your attacks with an exhalation of magical energy. It's rather 15-foot cone or 30-foot line. You choose. Each creature in that area must make a dex save, which is your con modifier as a baseline, which is always going to probably be good if you pick it. Failed save is 1d10 damage, which goes up at level 5 to 2d10, level 11 to 3d10, level 17 to 4d10. No small amount of damage there, good AoE. And you can do it up to your proficiency bonus. Super strong. You get Dark Vision to 60 feet, and when you hit level 5, as a bonus action for 10 minutes at a time, once per long rest, you can fly. So really fun little flight. You get your cool little breath weapon you can use, and you can fly up to your speed. Really like that one. Super cool. Goliath, dwarves are also really fun for the flavor. 120 feet of dark vision. You get the resistance to poison damage and advantage on saving throws to make or end the poison condition. You get your hit point maximum increases by 1 and increases again by 1 whenever you gain a level. So that and tough are really good. For 1 minute, which one did I read for 1 minute? 10 minutes on the flight. So yeah, hit point. So if you get this and your origin feat, you choose tough. You're going up every level by 3 HP. Really, really good. Stone Cunning as a bonus action, you get Tremor Sense with a range of 60 feet for 10 minutes. If you're standing on a stone surface. Really fun. Can you use that, chat? Because it says you must be on a stone surface or touching a stone surface. Can you... Hear me out. Can you use this? Can you carry around a stone slab with you and just keep putting it under your feet every time you want to do this? You can, right? You can be like, okay, I just need to feel at home. Just slap it down below you, step up in it and go, all right, I know where they are now. That's so funny. If you take the high elf with Fey Warlock, you can take the high elf feat from 5e to get an extra 3 Misty Step. That's really nice. Yeah, Stone Souls. That's a great idea. Stone Souls is such a good idea. That's fun. Elf, you get... Because it doesn't say it has to be thick stone. It can be natural worked. You can genuinely have just stone, very thin stone souls. That's such a good idea. That's how you do it. You have Tremor Sense. There you go. Dwarves have Tremor Sense if you have stone souls. Let it happen. Elves... I'm actually going to work that into flavor now. That's really fun. Yeah, dwarf boots from the Lotus Show. Yeah. Elves, a little less exciting, but really strong. Like, there's no species here that's weak necessarily. 60 feet of dark vision. You choose a lineage out of Drow, High Elf, and Wood Elf. And you get once without a spell slot, you can do an ability from them. Whenever you finish a long rest, you get it back. You can also cast with your own spell slots. Intelligence, Wisdom, or Charisma is your spellcasting ability for the spells you cast these traits you choose. Advantage on saving throws you make to evade avoid or end the charmed condition. You get insight, perception, or survival, and you get the trance for 4 hours, right? But if you go drow, 120 feet of dark vision is pretty good. Dancing lights is always nice. You probably don't need dancing lights if you've got your dark vision, so that's a bit of a strange combo. But fairy fire at level 3, darkness at level 5, that's very nice. You can only cast either or, by the way. Drow, you get prestidigitation. Whenever you finish a long rest, you can replace that cantrip with a different cantrip from the wizard spellers. You can just keep swapping them in and out. Very good option. Detect magic and misty step, both very useful. Wood elf, your speed goes up by 35 feet and you get the druidcraft cantrip. You get long strider and pass without a trace. Very nice. Pass without a trace especially. So overall, high elf there is my favorite. Gnomes are always strong. You can rather get if you choose rock gnome, you get your prestidigitation based little device dude. Forest gnomes, you get minor illusion. You can always speak with animals because you always have it prepared. And you can do it a number of times up to your proficiency bonus. That's very fun. Yeah, no sunlight sensitivity for drow. Yeah, they're really good. Dark vision up to range of 60 feet. Advantage on all intelligence, wisdom, and charisma saving throws. And you're part of a lineage that grants you one of those 2 ones I just said. Goliaths, 35 feet of movement speed, just because. You can also, once per long rest, I believe. Yeah, once per long rest, you can turn into a large Goliath with your bonus action. It lasts for 10 minutes. Advantage on strength checks. That includes grappling. Or getting out of grapple checks and whatnot. Your speed increases by 10 feet. Your powerful ability advantage on any saving throw to end the grapple condition anyway. And you also count as one size larger. But you also choose your ancestry. If you choose Cloud Giant, you have a bonus action teleport. You can do these up to your proficiency bonus. Okay? So at least 2, up to 6. A bonus action, you can magically teleport up to 30 feet to an occupied seat, so you can see. Very nice. Misty Steps are great. Fire Giant, an extra 1d10 on your attack rolls when you hit a target. And you can do that multiple times in a turn if you just want to burst them all down in one turn. Frost Giant, when you hit attack roll, you can do 1d6 cold damage and reduce their speed by 10 feet until the start of your next turn. So again, you can hit them multiple times, reduce them down to 0 on that turn if you want. Hill Giant, when you hit a creature that's large or smaller, you can knock them prone. No save made, you just knock them prone. One more thing, when you redo the class videos, would you add their spell lists? I'll be honest with you, I don't know if I'm going to redo the class videos yet. I did kind of go over their spell lists before, though. I told anything about that was changed, at least. So you could go back to what they previously had, I guess. But I don't know if I'm going to redo them. It's a lot of work. Stone Giant gets the Old Stone's Endurance, but now you can use that as your proficiency bonus, which is a 1d12 plus your con modifier to reduce damage. Storm Giant, when you take damage from a creature within 60 feet of you, you can take a reaction to deal 1d8 thunder damage to that creature. Very cool. Yeah, Goliath Monk is really, really tempting. Halfling. You get advantage on to end the fighting condition. You can move through the space of any creature that has size larger than you, but you can't stop in the same space. When you roll a 1 on a d20 of a d20 test, you can re-roll the die, and you must use the new roll. That's Goliath, the last one. Luck, when you roll, and then naturally stealthy, you take the hide action when you're obscured by a creature that's at least one size larger than you. Human, simple, strong, 30 feet of movement speed. Get heroic inspiration whenever you finish a long rest. You get a proficiency in one skill of your choice, and you get another origin feat. You get 2. Really good. Orc is mixed in with half orc now. Dash action is a bonus action. When you do so, you gain a number of temporary hit points equal to your proficiency bonus. You can use it up to your proficiency bonus as well. Really nice. You don't longer have to charge toward people. You can just charge wherever you want. Dark vision gives you 120 feet. And when you reduce the 0 hit points, you can get up with 1 instead once per long rest. And then finally, the Tiefling, which gives you, similarly to the Elf, Abyssal, Chthonic, or Infernal choices. Dark vision of 60 feet. You choose a legacy from the Fiendish Legacies table, which you can cast one of the spells once per long rest. With Charisma, a spellcasting ability for the spells you cast with this trait. And you also get Thaumaturgy, which you can use whenever you like as a cantrip. But if you go Abyssal, resistance to poison, poison spray cantrip, you get Ray of Sickness, which I've already said is very good now, and Whole Person, also very good. This is a great choice for a sorcerer because resistance to poison is just nice. Poison cantrip as one of your choices now, so you do 1d12 cantrip. Ray of Sickness is 1d8 and poisoned, no con save needed anymore. Whole Person can be twin spelled, so that's a really nice one for sorcerers. Chthonic, you get resistance to necrotic damage. You get Chill Touch cantrip, which is a touch-based cantrip now. False Life, which is nice. 2d4 plus 4 temporary hit points. Ray of Enfeeblement, which we already described before as being buffed as well. Also a great choice. Infernal is the classic. Resistance to fire, Firebolt cantrip, Hellish Rebuke, and Darkness. Nothing to scoff at there. So every one of those species is good, strong, lots of features that you're going to consistently use. And so the last thing we're going to look at, I could have looked over the feats, but I guess, we've... Dwarves still are not a thing in this book, no. And they probably won't be a thing, I guess, because of dwarves are all just integrated. So, yeah. Yo, what's that bonus reaction? All right. So we'll look at the last thing we'll look at is the crafting stuff, because I've got a meeting in just under an hour. So I'll do this, and then any last questions, throw them in. And we'll finish up in about 25 minutes. I haven't really looked over this, so let's see what they've done. Crafting non-magical items. This chapter's tools section lists which tools are required to make certain items. The DM assigns required tools for the items not listed here. You must use the required tool to make an item and have proficiency with that tool. Anyone who helps you must also have proficiency with it. To make an item, you need raw materials worth half of its purchase cost, rounded down. For example, 750 gold of raw materials to make a plate armor, which sells for 1,500. That's very cool. The DM determines whether appropriate raw materials are available. The time is... no, it's based on actual time of day. It takes time to make an item based on however long it says. Time and cost. Scribing a scroll takes an amount of time and money based on the level of the spell, as shown in the spell scroll cost table. Each day of inscription, you must work for 8 hours. If a scroll requires multiple days, those days needn't be consecutive. Yo, thank you so much for the 8 months. That's very kind. Thank you. Prerequisites for the scribe. To scribe a scroll, you must have proficiency in the Arcana skill or with calligrapher's tools, and have the spell prepared on each day of the inscription. You must also have a hand at any material components required by the spell. If the spell consumes its material components, they are consumed only when you complete the scroll. The scroll's spell uses your spell save DC and spell attack bonus. So, this is interesting. That means thief rogues can make scrolls that they can use. Because you can get proficiency on Arcana and with calligrapher's tools. So you want to do this as a thief and get your int up. Cantrips take a day, 15 gold. First level spells take 25 gold in a day. Second level 3 days and 100 gold. Third level 5 days, 150. 10 days for fourth with 1,000. 5 days for level 5s, 25 days and 1,500. For level 6, 40 days and 10,000. For level 7, 50 days and 12.5k. Level 8, 60 days, 15,000. And level 9 spells, 120 days, 50,000. When are you ever going to do that? Does it using scroll saves spell slots? Yes. Yeah. It just consumes the scroll. 120 days, that comes up often. What else did they put here? Oh, is that it? So I guess I have to go to the tools section. Okay, I'll go to tools. It does have brewing potions here. Brewing potions of healing. Can create a potion of healing. Doing so, you have a herbalism kit. Doing so requires... Oh, is it all above me? No. You need to use the kit, a herbalism kit and 25 gold of raw materials over the course of 1 day. 8 hours of work to make a healing potion. You're about to come take it as loot, yeah. It does give you a hireling's cost. 2 gold per day for a skilled hireling. Untrained hirelings are 2 silver per day. Messenger 2 copper. Alright, I need to find the tools section, I guess. Also, items have some unique things to them as well. Like rope actually specifies it's a DC 10 dexterity check to tie a knot. The rope can be burst with a successful DC 20 athletics check, strength. And you can bind an unwilling creature with the rope if it's grappled, incapacitated, or restrained. And if the creature's legs are bound, the creature has a restrained condition until it escapes. Escaping the rope requires the creature to make a successful DC 15 dexterity acrobatics check as an action. That's quite nice. Shovel also says, working for 1 hour, you can use a shovel to dig a hole that is 5 feet on each side in soil or similar material. Spell scrolls. If a spell requires a saving throw and attack roll, the spell save DC is 13, the attack roll is +5. Okay. I'm just looking through some of the items. A vial holds up to 4 ounces. You got your different packs and stuff. Poison basic is 1d4. Perfume. For 1 hour after applying perfume to yourself, you have advantage on charisma persuasion checks made to influence an indifferent humanoid within 5 feet. Or you can douse a creature in it. If they take fire damage, they take 5 extra damage from the burning oil every turn. And net has its rules as before, though, because that used to be a weapon on there. Maps, you gain a +5 bonus to wisdom survival checks you make to find your way in the place represented. I'm going to check out the kits in 1 second, see what they can make. Manacles give you a DC 13 dexterity. It's a DC 20 sleight of hand check to break out of them. Or 25 to snap them. That's quite cool. Or you can Thieves Lock them for 15. Or unlock them, sorry. Hooded lanterns have half the amount of cover that a bullseye lantern has. But the bullseye lantern's a cone. Hunting traps have a DC of 13 dexterity saving throw, take 1d4 piercing damage and have its speed reduced to 0 until the start of your next turn. Thereafter, until the creature breaks free of the trap, the movement is limited by the length of the chain. A creature can use its action to make a DC 13 athletics check, freeing itself on another creature within reach. Each failed check deals 1 piercing damage. Okay? Holy Water does 2d8 radiant damage on a dex save to a fiend or undead. Grappling hook. If it catches on something, you have a DC 13 acrobatics check, and if it's tied to a rope, you can then climb it. So you have to do a little acrobatics check, and then you get to climb a rope. That's fun. Costumes give you advantage on any ability check you make to impersonate the person or type of person it represents. Climber's kit. Use the climber's kit to anchor yourself. When you do so, you can't fall more than 25 feet from the anchor point. And you can't move more than 25 feet from there without undoing that as a bonus action. That's very nice for climbing. A chain gives you different DCs on that one. Caltrops are DC 15 dex save or take piercing damage and reducing their speed to 0. It takes 10 minutes to recover the caltrops. Okay. Oh, I thought it was going to say from caltrops. Yeah, just recover them by picking them up. Okay. A book contains fiction or non-fiction. If you consult an accurate non-fiction book about its topic, you gain a +5 bonus to intelligence, arcana, history, or nature or religion checks you make about that topic. That's really cool. I don't know if AUG's still here, but you'd like that. Blankets, you have advantage on saving throws against extreme cold. Same with the bedroll. I didn't fully hear it. So books now, when you ask me if you can get a book on something, it gives you a flat +5 to your bonus for intelligence, arcana, history, or nature, or religion checks about that topic. That's really nice. So now we can just basically say on those subjects you have a +5. There's no soap anymore? Good point. Wow. It should have said if you don't go without washing for a long time. Okay, so +10 on time? Yeah. No, wait, no. Does my feature I gave you double? What does my feature give you that I gave you? All right. That's pretty much everything. Antitoxin there, gain advantage against... Oh, you can drink a vial of antitoxin to gain advantage on saving throws to avoid or end the poison condition for 1 hour. That's fun. Acid does acid damage. All right. Now I'm onto the tools, okay? So I'm going to talk about the tools because this is where the crafting comes in. And what each of them does. And then we'll have any last questions and we'll finish up. Okay, tools. A tool's description includes the tool's cost and weight. It tells you the ability to use when making an ability check with a tool. Utilize. Entry list of things you can do with the tool. When you take the utilize action, you can do one of those things each time you take the action. It also provides a DC. Craft tells you anything that you can craft with it. And variance, the entry appears if the tool has a variance, which are listed. If your proficiency, you add your proficiency tool to it. 2 ability checks you make with it. If you have proficiency in a skill that's used with that check, you have advantage on that check too. That's cool. Okay, so we've got... Yeah, I really like this a lot. Alchemist supplies are 50 gold. They take intelligence. You can use them to identify a substance or start a fire. Both DCs are 15. You can craft acid, alchemist fire, component pouch, oil, perfume, or poisonous kit. And what I said about crafting is it's half the cost. So, for example, acid is 25 gold. So, because you round down, 12 gold to make acid instead of buy it. Or if you want to make alchemist fire, 25 gold. So, that's quite nice. But identify substance for DC 15 and start fire for DC 15 is cool as well. Brewer's supplies, 20 gold. Intelligence. Detect poison drink for DC 15 or identify alcohol for DC 10. And you can make an antitoxin with that. You should be able to make alcohol with that. Make a brew. That's a bit of a shame. Yeah, definitely shining. Calligrapher's supplies. Ability is dexterity. Utilize write text with impressive flourishes that guard against forgery for DC 15. That's fun. Craft ink or spell scroll. So that's what you can do. You can make flourishes that guard against forgery. AUG. Or you craft ink or spell scrolls. Carpenter's tools are strength. You can utilize them for a DC of 20 to seal or pry open a door or container. That's quite nice. Craft club, great club, quarterstaff, barrel, chest, ladder, pole, portal, ram, torch. Cartographer's supplies. You can draft a map for DC 15. They take wisdom, and you can craft maps. Again, maps give you a +5. That's really actually quite nice. If you have those and you just keep mapping out the areas you're in, that's good. Cobbler's tools, dexterity. Modify footwear to gain advantage on the wearer's next acrobatics check. With a DC of 10 to do that. It's a climber's kit. Is what you can craft with it. So you can craft another kit with it. That's really fun. Cook's utensils is 1 gold. Do you know what I'd probably also do on that one? On cobblers is do a similar thing to Divinity 2 where you could add nails or anything like that to the bottom of them to stop you from next dexterity saving throw to maintain against all that kind of stuff. Prone. Cook's utensils is wisdom. You can improve food's flavor with a DC of 10 or detect spoiled or poisoned food with a DC of 15. You can craft rations. Glass blower's tools for 30. Intelligence. Discern what a glass object held in the past 24 hours for a DC of 15. That's really useful, actually, for finding empty bottles. You can craft glass bottle, magnifying glass, spyglass, vial. A jeweler's tools is intelligence. Have we still got the music playing, by the way? Oh, that ended ages ago, did it? Sorry. Damn, that must have ended really long ago. Jeweler's tools, intelligence. You can discern a gem's value for DC 15. Arcane focus, holy symbol. Leatherworker's tools, dexterity. Add a design to a leather item, DC of 10. That's cute. You don't get much use out of that one. Sling, whip, hide armor, leather. These are what you can make. A sling, a whip, a hide armor, leather armor, studied leather armor, backpack, crossbow, bolt case, map or scroll case, pouch, quiver, or water skin. Let me look at crafting. How long does it take? Again with this stuff. To determine how many days, working 8 hours a day, just make out, divide its purchase cost in GP by 10. Okay. So, yeah. So making that armor, you do its purchase cost by 10. So if it costs 50 gold, 5 days to make it. That's good to know. Mason's tools. So does that mean for plate armor, it's actually going to take you 1,500? So it's if it's divided by 10, 150 days? Am I right, man? Yeah, right? Oh, shit. That's kind of a long time. That's kind of a long time. Mason's tools? Yeah, because it said the purchase cost. Let me go down again. Divide its purchase cost in GP by 10. So you have to spend 750 gold to get the materials and then 150 days to make plate armor? Whereas, like, if you want to make a scale mail one, it's going to cost you 25 gold and 5 days. If you want to make splint armor, which is only 1 AC less than plate, by the way, it's 100 gold of materials and 20 days. Just in comparison. Yeah, that's a bit of an oversight. There's no point making any metal armor. For a single person to make plate armor, 8 hours a day for 100. You think that's how long it takes in real life? 150 days in real life for 8 hours a day every day? There's no way that's how long it takes, right? I don't make armor, so I can't say, but I feel like that's a bad profession choice. Overstate the value of plate armor, I agree. Yeah, I've never made armor. I can't say though. All right, Mason's tools. Strength, chisel, symbol, hole and stone, DC of 10. Craft, block and tackle. Okay. Painter supplies, wisdom, paint a recognizable image of something you've seen, DC of 10. Druidic focus, holy symbol. That's really fun for a that's really fun for like if you don't have minor illusion. Do you know what I'd love to do? A painter college creation bard. That'd be sick. Potter's tools, intelligence, discern what a ceramic object held in the past 24 hours. I know pots. You can craft a juggle lamp. Smith's tools, strength, pry open a door or container for DC 20. Any melee weapon except club, great club, quarterstaff and whip. Medium armor except hide. Heavy armor, ball bearings, bucket, cow drops, chain, crowbar, firearm bullets, grappling hook, iron pot, iron spike, sling bullets. Tinker's tools. Dexterity. Assemble a tiny item composed of scrap which falls apart in 1 minute of a DC of 20. You can make a musket, pistol, bullseye lantern, flask, hooded lantern, hunting trap, lock, manacles, mirror, shovel, signal, whistle, thieves' tools, tinderbox. Weaver's tools. You dexterity, mend a tearing cloth for DC of 10. Another DC of 10 if you sew a tiny design. Okay. Craft padded armor, basket, bedroll, blanket, fine clothes, net, robe, rope, sack, string, tent, traveler's clothes. Wood carver's tools. Dexterity. Carve a pattern in wood, DC of 10. You can make a club, great club, quarterstaff, range weapons except pistol, musket, and sling. Arcane focus, arrows, bolts, druidic focus, ink, pen, and needles. Okay. And then they've got other tools here, which is just a few. There's about 5 here. 6. Disguise kit, charisma. You apply makeup. What's your second one you've got, OG? Forgery kit. Yeah, okay, it's coming up. Disguise kit gives you charisma. Apply makeup, DC of 10. And you craft a costume. Forgery kit. Mimic 10 or few words of someone else's handwriting for DC of 15. or duplicate a wax seal for a DC of 20. You can't make anything with a forgeries kit, but you can duplicate a wax seal if you want to make some bullshit letters. Gaming set, wisdom, discern whether someone is cheating, DC of 10, or win the game for DC of 20. What? Yeah, that's crazy. So you can just be better than anyone else at a game for a DC of 20. Variants, dice you can make. Dice is a variant of it. Dragon chest is a variant of it. Playing cards is a variant of it. 3 dragon ante. So you need to have those items, and then you can just win them for a DC of 20. That's a bit sad, because it just takes away any designing of these games. Herbalism kit, intelligence, identify a plant, antitoxin, healer's kit, potion of healing. Musical instrument, charisma, play a known tune for a DC of 10, improvise a song for a DC of 15. Bagpipes, drum, dulcimer, flute, horn, lute, lyre, pan flute, shawm, or viol, or the variants you can have. Navigator's tools, wisdom, plot a course for DC of 10, or determine position by stargazing for DC of 15. That'd be fun, Vinci. Poisonous kit, intelligence, detect a poison object for DC of 10, and you can craft basic poison. And then finally, thieves' tools, which can be utilized to pick dexterity, pick a lock for a DC of 15, or disarm a trap for a DC of 15. So, that's all the crafting, all of the unique rules there. It's pretty cool, though. A bit of fun. With that being said, that is kind of the end of this. If anyone has any last-minute questions whilst I'm around for the next 5 minutes, now's the time to post them. So, any last-minute questions? I've got a very busy weekend ahead of me. I've got to go and prep all Sunday's episode, get all of that stuff done, and then work out things from there. So, this is your last few minutes to get a question in. Portent, they say the same, just D20 rolls. Replace any D20. Thank you for sharing. No, thanks for listening. I appreciate it. Sorry about the video selection. I'm going to be meeting up with them actually in 30 minutes or so to discuss what we could do, and maybe just about future stuff. I mean, the likelihood is the only ones I can really edit are going to be the first 3. Unless maybe they give me the option of just putting a disclaimer at the beginning of every video. Maybe they can do that. I don't know. All right. Well, you see other books? I hope so, because, I mean, I think we've got a very unique... I think the thing is, often Twitch is overlooked as a marketing thing by a lot of companies that do YouTube, and I would say Wizards in a general. But on Twitch, we have a very different following to the YouTube one. You have live action interaction. I think there's a lot more personal kind of interaction between the chat as well. So hopefully they see the benefit of that. My overall opinions. This Player's Handbook is very worth it. I adore it. Now, I have received this product for free, technically, right? I think overall I'm super excited to implement so much of it. And I think all of the classes have been improved in some way. Some of them deserve more improvements, but all of them have some benefits, some exciting stuff. Yes, there are some nerfs. Yes, there are some to some of the favorite spells, but there's also a buff to a lot of spells which you never see. Same with different feats and stuff. I think this is overall a great step forward, a very good step forward for 5e in general and D&D in general, and I can't wait to see the next books afterwards. I'm really excited for the Dungeons Master's Guide, because obviously I DM as a focus point, so going through all of that stuff will be super exciting, very inspirational. Monster Manual, I am dying to get hold of. I can't wait for that one. But even the future books after that, I'm pumped for. I think this is going to be the foundation for a whole new series of those, and I'm excited to see what they do with it. But that's everything. So, thanks everyone for watching today's stream. Tomorrow, there will be no stream. I've got to do a lot of D&D prep. We have our first guest star, Gma, on Sunday for Sunforged. If you're watching this on YouTube, by the way, we stream a Dungeons & Dragons campaign every Sunday called Sunforged. I also do D&D talks on my stream, come by and watch twitch.tv/JoeFudge. But I stream an ongoing campaign. It goes on for years. We did our first one that finished last year, and this one has started since September. It's a good time to catch up. Check out our YouTube VODs to see all the stuff down below. And if you like that kind of thing, yeah, come on by and watch us. But tomorrow is my day off. Saturday is my day off. But Sunday, I will be back with episode 36 with our first guest star. I've got to do a bunch of editing to the cameras. So it shall be a fun time. I'll see you guys for Sunday's Sunforged. Otherwise, take care. And for everyone in the chat, I'll see you guys on Sunday. Bye-bye.